What's up?
Yep.
How you guys
Hey,
doing tonight?
Mantis, I see this new mission in my list under priorities. It's Happy Invictus,
Ooh,
and and it doesn't seem to give any instructions, but it talks about if I accept, I can do it to accept a guided tour, but it pays 50K and 10 scripts.
that sounds worthwhile.
Yes, I'm up. I tried to accept it at Banji Point, and either it expired before I clicked it because it. Let me look at it again.
I mean, free script is
It's
good. I also noticed that in the patch, I didn't lose some key cards I had gotten at one of the OLP alignment dishes. So I might start stockpiling some of those for later this summer when everybody's finished gathering their gear and their mats for
it
the crafting.
just gives some. It says you that Invictus is at R Corp, and it's in the Great Hall, and as well as the Idris Experience Tour, and tells you where that is at the North Tower. And it says accept this contract if you'd like guidance to the festivities as a special thank you in partnership with the Mercenary Guild. Attendees will be awarded 10 scripts.
Hey, there you go.
When I tried to accept it, I can try it again. Accept.
I mean, I'd say that's worth
Happy
doing.
Invictus. Yeah, it
Yeah,
says go to Bevic Convention Center.
great. And then
So
while you're there, you can get one of your rats.
I actually just got a 6 SCU. I'm up at Bangini now, so I'm gonna fly down. I just got a six SCU boxes to go down to the Bangini.
Cool. I'm gonna send you a party invite and Mantis a
Oh, yeah,
party
there it
invite.
is.
All right.
Come on, open up my door. Open up the door.
Think about what. We certainly don't have to do a bunch of combat stuff tonight. That was just like the first thing that came to mind when I thought we'd have, 5 of us.
Yep.
I'm also
There's some
partial
pretty
to the
good.
idea of just getting all those abandoned ships off of Lyria and going and scrapping them, and we can rent the tow truck.
I've got a tow truck.
There you go. I've got a vulture.
Cool.
I
I'm
have a
down.
cutter.
I've also got a reclaimer.
Oh, well that. Oh man, I love
Yeah.
seeing everybody around this area though. Like there's just ships flying by the windows outside. Bajini. I guess see Frostpoint leaving his hangar bay, maybe?
Oh, yeah. Actually, I'm just calling up cargo on the elevator.
There you go.
First.
I'll join you. Let me come to your hangar.
Did it bring it up? Oh no, it didn't. Sending my cargo elevator up and down and not doing anything with it. Oh, transfer complete. Wait, direct, move to elevator. Send it up. I should put my. I'll grab one of my FS9s just for fun. Oh, there you are, Mr. Quade.
Yeah, I spawned here, so I just hopped on the elevator and came over. This is where the personal hangars as like a social / org space are gonna really be nice. So they become a little bit more static.
Well, it's a heavy, so where's. Oh, the backpack you gave me was only a light one. I thought it was a medium one. I was wondering why it was like filling up so quick.
Crap, did I just crash again? Oop, oop, yep, there it
So did
goes.
I.
Yeah, I just
Yeah, my
crashed out.
music just stopped.
Yeah,
Wait, did all of us crash?
we did.
Yeah, all the way to desktop.
Yeah, same.
Stay out of my hangar, Quade. What happens to my missions now?
They should stay.
Still be
Maybe.
there?
Yeah, depends on how bad the whole server went down, if the shard died or whatever. Like that could be.
Oh yeah, this should be my first chance of seeing the new and improved server handling.
Yeah, because like yesterday when I came back, I popped right into my seat. I had all my missions, right? Like all of that was still there, so it worked well. So you should, assuming nothing totally borked out, be right where you were. But if I was in your hangar, maybe I should wait for you to join the server. Why is my noise cancellation not working? Picking up every damn little button from the driver. Properties.
Mr. Quade, the leader of our party. I should.
Yeah, I launched it anyways.
Well, you weren't in my hangar though, so I figured.
Yeah, I'll wait for Kraig to go in, and then I'll join you.
Warning: your party leader has yet to launch into your server. Do you still wish to continue?
In this case, yes.
Yes. Scholarly Historic server.
Let me see what's banging
When
around
they
in my
start naming
dryer.
the servers.
Alright, it should be done in like 20 minutes. We can tolerate a little bumping until then. Okay, you're in the PU, so I will join friend. There's some people who figured out how to do, like, they'll crash the server by, like, or crash everybody out of their clients by, like, spamming weird, super long text patterns and stuff, and, like, they patch it up, and then somebody finds a new one. So that could have been it, too, because even if you're not,
That's
even if you
annoying.
don't have chat open or F11 open or any of that, the game still, you know, your client still registers that that message went by and crashes.
Yeah, I closed out F12. Like you reminded me, I was gonna go and make sure I'm off the audio. I guess I don't.
Yeah, I think you're.
Normally I leave
I
the
didn't
audio
hear you.
channel on, so I could hear what other people are saying around me. But unless they're being idiots.
Nice. Hey, I'm right behind you. Perfect.
But I'm still reading the newspaper.
Yeah, there aren't really any good dark-colored medium backpacks. So
Yeah, so
I
was trying to
opted for
remember
the
which
small
backpack
one
I
just
used.
because it matched. Because that's how I operate. Utility? No. Aesthetics? Yes. Ask me how many Origin ships I own.
Contract accepted. Rookie. New objective. Yeah, so it gave me. Let me see what contracts I have.
And it
It
looks
put
like
me
your
right at
cargo
the
is still here.
on the elevator.
Yeah, 5 boxes. Yeah.
Let's see what Yeah, and I got the Happy Invictus. Was counting down though. Contract deadline NA. Oh. Why is it counting down in the Oh, here, let me put me right here at the so I was getting something out of inventory and I can't remember it now. Oh, I was gonna get gonna take a gun just to make sure.
Alright, 5 minutes till my SRV's here.
Awesome.
I guess I can call my vulture for Quade as well. Sorry, Kraig.
Nights.
Yeah. I figure, like, Kraig is, like, all of those constellations at that spot last night, right? We could have towed those away and stripped them down and, you know, sold the weapons, sold the components, stripped the hull. We probably could make like a full reclaimer load tonight just on ships we find laying around.
Yeah. Good.
Bring that
The
over.
reclaimer I'm gonna have to go pull from Orison.
No worries. Do I even? I wonder if I have one or not.
Oh, wait. The other issue with all those
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
bunkers. Good luck getting near them to grab those ships.
So I figured one of us could take the bunker mission
Please
and take
visit
Oh, okay.
the tow truck in there. I guess the only problem is you have to get their shields down if they're not shields off.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, then you leave it alone.
Yeah, just take the ones. I should say, or we could take down the comms array. All right, I've got this contracted carbon here for you, sir. Bring this over. I don't like to load a man's cargo for him until I understand what his system is, though. So I don't want to throw off this delicate operation.
All right.
Listen, these two, it's only six SCU, so I can keep the whole hallway open. This has a... One.
Are we using the reclaimer or Vulture and possibly Fortune?
Yeah, let's stick to the smaller stuff. I think that way we can all have ships and be a little more mobile.
Yeah.
And then
Kraig.
I can go rent a. What do we want for the treasure ship? What treasure ship? You can bring a raft. See how that's done.
The SRV has 12 SKU that it can store.
That's true.
Kraig, do you want a Drake Vulture or a Misk Fortune? The Fortune's very much like a Prospector, but it's salvage.
Yeah, that's what I've flown the Vulture before, and I've flown the Prospector a shitload. I think I always liked the Vulture. In fact, I'll probably rent one. Yeah, so give me the Vulture, because I'll probably rent one when it comes up for rent.
Sure.
That'll let me warm up on it.
That'll be...
I've spent many an hour in
Can I get an abrade scraper head here?
I don't check Platinum Bay.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I think you can, because I went to Platinum. I was just walking around the station checking it out, and I went to Platinum Bay, and it did have both scrapers, because that was a new.
Yeah, because I'll deliver my vulture here.
And so they had they had both kinds of scrapers, the abrader and the other one. They'll start with the T, I think.
Alright, Kraig, come to Mantis Ulthoy's small hangar.
Well, I have to fly
Yep.
down. I have to deliver this cargo. Where are you at, Bangini, or
Bajini.
I have to go down to ArcCorp now?
Okay.
Because I got this cargo. Oh, and I got my contract. I have to go to ArcCorp, deliver this, and then run over to the convention center to get my 50K. Now. Did you go back to the station? You don't want to ride, Quade?
Yeah, I'm good, because I'm going to get the vulture out and see if I can get that little cinch head
I left the
replaced.
hallway open, so you could easily have gotten to my toilet for a ride.
It's an attractive offer. Here is the Platinum Bay. Oh, there it is, right in
Yeah,
front
that
of me.
other cutter, it has a lot bigger interior the way they redid it.
The Rambler.
Gambler, or
And you can't
I
carry
wonder
all that cargo. Oh yeah, look, a braid scraper. Alright.
Yep.
I wonder if it's for sale at I don't want personal storage. I want window. How do you keep getting me into storage? Closer, there we go. This will be my first script if they actually pay me. I hope they don't give me a whole bunch of like busy work to do.
Like you have to go check out all the
Expecting-
different convention halls and buy a
I'm
coffee.
thinking I think they'll send me to the convention center, and then they'll probably send me back to the. I might have to ride to the roof where the Idris is, and then that'll be it. So maybe just like 2 stops. I'll accept that, but if it's more, I'll be mad. All right. Got my. Oh wait, did I put that last box in? No, I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to go back and check.
I forget, should I replace the tractor beam with the abrade or the cinch? Last time I did this, I screwed it up where my abrade was never lined up with the other abrade. It was always in the opposite. I could just do this. I guess we'll find out.
Oh shit! My HOTUS throttle is backwards. I remembered after when I flew the first time, I had to make sure it was going the right way. So I remembered I had to always reverse it, but every time I log in, I don't remember until I actually flying out of the hangar. I like how they did all the thunder clouds. You can see those big kind of domes they create.
Yeah, for a while, once they brought in persistent chips and stuff, and I would try to go bedlog. I'd go to like area 10, I think, or 14 or something, because there's like a really cool, pretty like big thunderstorm, like just a little bit outside of that city center. So I'd land on a roof and I'd try to log out there and log back in, and like, he's doing it in the Carrick. It's pretty cool, pretty fun.
Hey, I'm gonna bitch every time I have to do this stupid jump. Because you point down at the planet and immediately puts you into that kind of spline thing, so it pulls you away, and then you have to immediately look back down to find Area 18 again. How long has that been in? Did they just add it, or did it show up in 4.1 or 4.0? Or actually...
What?
I was trying that kind of stupid planet jump that you have to do from like Bangini. You have to jump to R-Corp.
That's been ever since 4.0.
Welcome.
Yeah, I was hoping it was
to the
just some kind of
ASOP
mistake
vehicle
they put in
retrieval
4.1.1 only.
Your
No.
vehicle has
Been
moved
in
to
for
our storage
for a
facility.
few months.
Please visit us again.
I guess that means it could be planned, but maybe not.
I think it's like a byproduct of their new navigation system. Did you want him to go back in there? I'm loud. I don't want to keep her awake. Okay. Alright. Contracts tab. It's bad habit. Alright, Vulture is ready. So, Kraig and I can Vulturize, and then Mantis can tow. Is that the plan?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Do we want to just, like, drag it out into null space, or do we want to, like, find a spot on Lyria to settle down and hang out?
If we drag it out to null space, we won't potentially risk
Oh,
crime stats.
Good point, good point.
Although, where in null space, I don't know.
Oh, like,
need
do we,
to
if
think
we have
this
to get outside of
through.
the ArcCorp jurisdiction zone or whatever?
I'm
Yeah.
5 in line for a hangar at ArcCorp. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a
like,
Saturday. It's like everybody and their mom should
I
be
know.
here.
It wasn't for the darn convention. being something we want to come back to every couple of days.
Yeah, unfortunately, I won't get a marker for whatever it is. Although, actually, if we just leave someone parked with it, then that won't be a problem.
Parked with the
With
abandoned
the
ship.
first set of salvage. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, either I can stay out there or I can deposit a ship there.
Well,
Or-
so someone has to stay at the bunker so we don't fail the mission.
Right.
Initially. Someone has to stay with the salvage and someone has to do the towing. I'll be quite busy.
Yeah, that's true. You'll be back and forth. What I was thinking, though, is you can quantum to your ships now. So you could deposit a ship, like the cargo ship we're going to fill up, wherever it is we want to do the salvage. And then that would always be your waypoint. So you could even go drag salvage there without anybody being there. Something like that, maybe?
Do you have
I
any
mean, it
cheesy
makes
missions like those box missions or the satellite repair ones where you could drop a piece of like mission loot at a place and quantum to it as a temporary marker? So remember, I used to do that with those with like science missions where you had to go drop something off, and you end up with a little box with a little blinking light on it. But you could use that as a marker in the olden days.
Yeah, that's potentially...
Yeah, although I'm thinking about it, ideally we want someone salvaging anyways.
That's true. You probably want... You
'Cause
don't want...
otherwise,
Yes, otherwise you're losing. All right, I can do
yeah.
a bunker pretty quick once we're ready to move. So we could leave Kraig out in the deep space all by his lonesome to do salvage. And then once we have a couple of ships, I can quit bunkering and all that. Oh man, what we really need is for me to boot Selena up on the
Oh,
laptop.
wait, there's another thing we need to test. We need to see if I can actually quantum with stuff. Because they did break that at one point.
You know what? I'm gonna look that up now and see if anybody's posted about it.
Hey, I used to have that counter up that told me what line I was in, but it disappeared. But I didn't
Give
get
it time.
a. Yeah, so I
Yeah,
was
it goes
wondering.
away for a little while.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because
Well,
normally I'd
like,
get.
it's still counting.
Yep, but it's just not displaying.
Correct.
They don't see a hanger unless it's out of my field of view. Nope. And I think normally you get like a pop-up that says something about your hanger request completed or something.
Yeah. It may take a while.
Yeah, this is the first time I really had to wait. So I think the longest wait I was number 1 in line. And so
Well, it's Saturday during Free
yep.
Fly at the convention
Oh,
center.
yep. I'm on place 3 now. But I'm in a small ship. There's a dime a dozen hangars for those.
Oh yeah, but everyone's using a small ship as their taxi, probably.
Yep. And trying to outsmart the system. Yeah, when I was a kid going to Disneyland, I always used to try to think of like what day you should go, to be able to get on the most rides. And so I always thought like, like Tuesday or Wednesday, like those are probably the sweet days because everybody goes on the weekends, and so like Tuesday and Wednesday you could get in and that'll be the light day. And then when I graduated from college, I got a summer job
Welcome
working at
to the
Disneyland
ASOC vehicle
for
retrieval
the summer
system.
right after I graduated. And it turns out that Tuesday and Wednesday are some of like the most visited days, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are really high volume days. And actually the very best day to go is Friday. Friday is the least visited day, or it used to be back in 1985.
Um, Mantis, do you want to test it out real quick? I can just
Sure.
spawn. I'll spawn my arrow in, and we can let's try to tow it.
Your vehicle. Please visit us again.
Plus, it gives us something to do
Yeah, that's
while
another ship I was
while
really
you're
interested
queued.
in is that tow truck.
Oh, while you're at the convention center, you can rent one.
Yeah, the max size I can tow, by the way, I believe is a Connie.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. I doubt we'll find a bunch of Idrises. If there's an Idris, we can just go scrape it manually there.
Well, is there a way to use the tow truck if you're playing solo? I guess you
Yeah.
could hand scrape it. That ship.
Oh,
But
you
is
can
there like a
quantum.
mission
You
that
can.
you get to like tow a vehicle from point A to point B or something? Or is there a way to make money off of just a ship that you've towed but not salvaged?
There's sort of a way. There's some illegal missions that you can do.
But I think there's no way to sell ships yet that
Correct.
I can think of.
Enfield Aerospace. All systems online. Landing gear raised.
Yeah, that'd be something interesting to add. Like you can sell components. You should be able to, sell ships. 'Cause especially after the game is launched, if you used the ship for a long time, you might want to like sell it to be part of the cash that you're going to use to buy yourself, its replacement.
We're supposed to be able to eventually. We'll also be able to steal ships and through the council get a new counterfeit deed to the ship.
Hangar request complete. There it is. Is it possible to actually play just to get a pass for the game, but not a starter ship? Could you start like on foot only?
I don't think so.
I thought they said something about wanting that eventually, like as an option.
Yep. Yeah.
But, like there's not enough gameplay on foot at the moment to support that.
I was watching a YouTuber and he said he bought his girlfriend an account, and that's all his girlfriend. She liked just walking around the cities and shopping.
Oh hey, you know what? Check this out. I don't need to tow your ship.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, look right here.
Wait, where am I looking? Oh yeah, this
There's a wreck right
hunk
there.
of A1.
Shields offline.
Oh, this is way lighter than towing the mole. I towed
Yeah.
towed a mole previously. All right.
Backwards.
Why don't I have any? Oh, There we go.
Bogey.
Bogey. Alright, you're off. I don't see a wrecked
see
ship
my-
behind.
Yeah, but I don't see it behind me. I see my beams on. Yeah, it didn't work.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Wonder where the ship pieces went, because it definitely... It must have pulled them until you got formally into quantum, so they're probably hurtling through space somewhere.
Yeah, but there goes that idea. Shit.
Bogey.
When they first released it, it worked, but
Well, I've got a video from somebody
Unsurpri-
doing it 7 days ago, but it wasn't in the PTU. Oop, that guy just died. Man, he's getting lit up by those turrets. Let's,
good.
I mean, I don't know why he's hostile. He wasn't, like, actually shooting anybody. He must have... I bet he just targeted some missiles. Does he have any cargo? No. Aftermarket parts? No.
He probably killed someone. If the station's shooting at him,
Yeah.
it means he has a CS3 or higher.
There it is. Five, six. Send it down.
Bogey.
Hey, Mantis, you're red.
It's probably because I stole that one ship.
Yeah, so just be aware that you may...
I'm not getting shot. I didn't get an actual CS from it. It's just that tractoring like that counts as a hostile act.
It's funny because that was like a wrecked ship. Wouldn't expect that to...
Yeah. Well, the problem is it was probably soft death. Like it was still owned by someone.
Right.
Shields online.
Who knows? Maybe their body was still on there. And they're like, what the fuck happened to my ship?
That would be pretty funny.
Landing gear deployed. Landing complete. All systems offline.
I don't
Alright.
fly the arrow
I'll tr-
enough. This is a nice ship. Yeah, so how do we want to
So
do it now?
turn-
Just scrape at the...
What we could do, there are dedicated salvage missions. That is an option.
True.
I watched a video on those, and people were recommending them against them because
Welcome to the ASOP
you end up
vehicle
almost you
retrieval system.
like
Your
break
vehicle
even
has been moved to our
The
storage
fee's
unless
too high. Yeah.
if you're just doing like scraping, but you're almost counting on it has to have something expensive, that you can take other than just scraping it. Oh,
Yeah.
that's another thing. I saw guys like scrape his whole ship, and then he oops, wrong button. He then went into some other mode, hit the ship again with his beams, and it actually took the whole ship out for like a little. Actually, for a different type of material, he was getting like he scraped all
Construction
the hull
material.
off that got one material, and then he went into another mode, beamed the ship again, and the whole ship disappeared, and he got like a different type of material. But he was saying that it wasn't that expensive, but the main source of money was from the hull scraping, but you could get this little extra kicker if you actually destroy the ship itself. And he said that it takes it out of the universe, which is probably like a good just community service thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Alternatively, if Quade's up for some insurance fraud,
Yeah, I can drag something big out there.
drag the Polaris
That's
out
what I'd say.
there.
You want to scrape a Polaris?
It'll take about an hour, but yeah, we could do it.
I mean, it's an easy way to make good money and if we don't blow the ship up, we can even load the cargo onto it and use it to sell.
Scrape it and then
Yeah.
fly it back scraped.
Yeah.
It would be easier to unload the reclaimer back at port.
I mean, we
Trust me,
could fly the
it's-
Polaris to where the reclaimer is, since that would probably scrape it a little faster than the vultures. And maybe 2 people in reclaimer, 1 in vulture, or 1 in the fortune. Something like that. I guess we'd want somebody, doing boxes, but the buffer's so big now that doesn't really matter. Up to you guys. Little ships, big ships.
If we're scraping a Polaris, we'll at least want the reclaimer.
You said
As
that's
far
it.
as having a third ship involved, sure.
Just to give that third
Or we
person
just have-
something to do.
I mean, I'm fine piloting the reclaimer. It's fine.
All right.
I'm used to it.
Kraig, can you get back up to Bajini?
Yeah, actually, I was gonna, and I almost hate
To
to
the ASOP
say this, but I
vehicle
wanted to
retrieval
run
system.
over
Oh, that's right. Yeah, do your thing.
to see if
I've-
this mission works.
Probably still rather
'Cause I
spawn
thought I
the
was an idiot
Polaris
for taking
here.
it, but then I thought, now if I fail it, maybe you can only like take it once.
All right. I need to go fetch the
Your vehicle
reclaimer.
has been- Please visit us again.
But actually, if this works and I get my 10 scripts, if it lets me do it like once a day, I actually might do that.
You want me to... I can shuttle you over to Orson, since I gotta fly there anyway.
Oh, is your stuff over there? Sure.
I mean, I just spawned the Polaris here. Dock and port 2.
Sure.
Oh, she's a beautiful ship. Looks so good set against the planet.
I almost feel bad if the first time I see a Polaris is when, I don't want to go to this. Oh, fuck. I guess I'll take the round trip. Out of this habit, I jumped into the shuttle to the
To the right.
city,
Oh.
and I wanted to go to the convention center. Oh, let's see if I think it's probably gonna send me to both places, because the mission text kind of it talked about the convention center and the Polaris. Let me see, where's my contracts? Accepted. Priority. Oh, happy. Oh, no. Completed. Go to Bevic Center.
Maybe you did it already. Didn't even know it.
No, but it has the primary objective still. I don't know, but it says completed.
Welcome to Omic Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
Let's see if I...
Come on, detach me. Detach me. Do it.
Weapons system is on. Welcome to Omic Space Industries.
There we go.
System check.
Oh, this is it.
Come on. Why are you not letting me go?
Actually, you did get on the right shuttle after all. I closed my Moby glass when I was at the convention center.
Is there a special thing I need to do to request to undock from the port?
Alt N.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what
Same as.
I've done it 3 times now. I get the little bleep and then it doesn't do anything.
Just pull away from the port. See if you can.
Nope.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Call HEC direct.
Yeah, I think I completed because I think that's why it said
Try
completed
something
because
here.
I got on the shuttle to the convention center. So by doing that, it completed the mission. And now I have do I have 100,000? It had 232. So
Come
let
on,
me see
do
how
it.
much money I had.
Do it.
Yeah, I'm 100 grand richer than when I loaded the game. So that was for the 50 for my cargo mission and 50 for this mission. So and Mantis said my script's gonna be back at my home location and my storage there.
Yes. So I guess we're not getting out of here with this Polaris.
Oh, is it broken again?
I don't know. It's not detaching for anything. You want to try requesting docking?
Let me get out of the seat and then try.
Oh, yeah.
Try now.
Want to go to the spaceport, which should be there should be 2 loading bays here, right?
Yeah, I got nothing. I have the docking interfaces, though I'm trying to align with the docking port now. I'm not
Oh.
actually detached.
Oh yeah, this is closed.
What's it like? Retract landing gear or something?
Yeah, try hitting N.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright, well.
System off. Shields are on.
So
Welcome to Omic Space
so much for that idea.
Enjoy the ride. System check.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right, I'm on my way
Try-
back to the convention.
Try
or
from the captain's seat.
Yeah, I did that. I don't know. Don't know what else to do.
What do I do to meet up with you guys? Where are you guys at?
What is
We're at
going
Virginia.
on?
Oh, okay. So just fly my cutter up there.
It's not even giving me... I think I've hit request docking so many times that it's not even, like, responding to me when I hit the docking button. Alright, well,
Yeah,
I can go spawn it at Orison and fly it out. Or spawn it at New Babbage and fly it out. I don't really know what the right call would be. Yeah, it is closed, though. Interesting. But the tunnel's not closed. It's just the door. Tunnel's still extended and attached. Yeah, alright, I don't know what to do to get that thing off of there.
Yeah, the docking ports have broken so many times. It's one of the reasons I don't use the Hull C.
Yeah.
A lot of people have melted their Hull C because of how useless it is. It's not so much that it's not capable of doing its thing, it's just the game won't let it. Oh,
Hey, whoa. Well, that's a ship that's
great!
vanished. Mantis, no! Why did that happen?
It impounded your ship.
Because I couldn't get off the damn docking arm? Alright, well,
And,
let me come rescue you at least.
yeah. So this is gonna be a little bit of a long float.
Strong start to the evening.
Yep, yep.
Mr. Quade's hangar.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Vulture, I guess. It's the first ship I have that can hold
Your vehicle has been. Please visit us again.
another person. What? See if what happened to the Pileus.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Oh, I can't tell from in the hangar because it's not
Please
big
visit
enough.
us again.
Yeah, you'd have to be over at ASOP. You're 3.6 kilometers from me.
Just enjoy the scenic view of ArcCorp.
Yeah, Hobo Coruscant.
Oh, yeah.
Hello and welcome aboard your Drake interplanetary craft. Your systems are online. Landing gear up.
Alright, I've come to a stop. This is how far I could make it before you took
Yeah.
off.
That's actually pretty good.
Oh yeah, I was gonna make it over to the pads eventually. The
Questions
number of
whether
times I've had to do this because of the Hull C, it's kind of sad. Alright. Last man? Yeah, I guess take us to Orison. Follow
Wait.
that reclaimer and see what we can do.
If I spawn the Polaris at Orison, it's going to be at
An
another
hour.
docking arm.
Oh shit.
So let's drop you at Orison and I'll go spawn it at Lorville.
Okay.
Shield system offline.
Why are you not giving me... Come on, game. Don't do that to me.
I mean, alternatively, you can head to Lorville. Just drop me off at a pad here, and I can go to Orison.
Okay, that works. Maybe I'll wait on Kraig. Or he can come to
Or I
Lorville.
can just fly, because I'm just calling my ship up right now. I can fly directly to Lorville. That's my
Yeah.
home base anyway. Oh, and I can see if my script is there then as an extra bonus. My
Yep.
first script ever. And I got my helmet back on. I got a gun, and
All right.
I'm almost tempted to take
I'm
some
off.
stuff back to Lorville, but I'm not going to. Because that's only going to add to our folly. our customary 1 hour to 90 minutes of get ready to play.
Yeah. Well, you know, if that tractor beam had been working, we'd be doing some real organic gameplay instead of just fraud. I think fraud sounds good tonight. Plus, we'll get some good scraping gameplay going. Hey, Kraig,
Yes, sir.
are you back at your ship yet?
Yeah, I'm just closing the back hatch
Okay.
on my way to the cockpit.
I was about to say grab a couple of the large tractor beams, but don't worry about it. I'll see if I can buy some in Lorville. I think you can get them at Tamity's. Perhaps.
I like Tammany's. They actually have they've always had a pretty good selection. Because you can get like mining gadgets and all kinds of. It's like, does Lorville have other stores, or is that the only one? I think that's the only one. So it's kind of a. It's got a
Yeah,
little bit
there's
of everything.
just the Hurston Weapons Shop. That's the only other one I know of.
Oh yeah, in the big building. And I think ready to roll. I think that'll let me. Oh, two in line. Yeah, it'll be nice to get away from Markor now.
Yeah. Actually, I'm interested to see what the server counts are once we're away from... Yeah, already down to 74, whereas over at ArcCorp it was like 120. I will say, though, for 120 people being on there and all the extra assets they've got loaded in for the show and the Idris and all the people coming in and out of the hangars with their new ships, it was still getting, like, you know, 15 to 20 server FPS there. Like, that's pretty good. They've done some really good work to keep it stable.
When I was checking it yesterday, I was always seeing it, mostly like 20 to 22, and then every once in a while it dropped down to the high teens for this. That's why I did all my performance optimization. I think most of it in the Plaza, which I figured that the Plaza should have been the worst because it had the extra assets for the Idris above it, and I was playing with like the clouds too at that point, so I figured that would be a good place to optimize it. Oh, did I start my engines?
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Oh, hangar request complete.
Quantum drive is now
Engine.
on. Quantum drive is now off.
Up and away.
Yeah, 60 people on the Hurston server. Just since I know I can buy these things at the cargo center, let me land really quick at Everest, grab the two tractor beams. I'll grab 3 of them. And then hop down and get the second Polaris out.
System online.
And Lorville. Give me a route. Perfect. gonna have to remember all the atmospheric densities again. For, you know, when it's safe to jump off of all the different locations.
Right.
I know my ship seems faster now.
You
Before I used to.
the cargo does affect acceleration and stuff a little bit. It's not like super well tuned. I
No,
think
but I think with these like new flight modes, it seems like I climb out of the atmosphere faster in my cutter than I remember doing it, you know, back pre 4.0.
could be. I mean, nav mode is supposed to get you like slightly higher top speeds. I think
Yep.
than the old combined model. I don't know. We should get quantum boost before too long, and that'll be interesting to see how they make that work.
Nav mode gives us the old top speeds that we had.
Center.
I guess it was always pretty fast. The only place I haven't played since they reduced the, you know, that Orson climb out. I think that was the.
I always start at Orison now.
Like the last time I was there, you had to climb out to like 150K or something from the station, which is like down like in around 70,000. So I remember the numbers. I think the thickest atmosphere used to be like 11,000. Oh, maybe it was just R Corp, because I think R Corp always had the thinnest. I think you only had to climb to like 8,000 there.
Oh crap! Which pad was I on? Yeah, ArcCorp was pretty low, and then Microtech and Hurston were pretty similar. They were within like 1,000 of each other. They're like 10,000 or
Yeah, they're like
11,000 or
10
11
and
and
11.
12. Yeah. And then, yeah, Orison was huge. Well, most of the moons are like 3 or 4, so that's not bad.
Yep.
Well, let's try pad 2.
Yeah, I remember like racing pirates out of what was the one that used to sell one of the either Ariel or Aberdeen had that more expensive metal to sell. I think twice I raced, you know, pirates coming in to like hit me. We had to like climb out under fire and then jump to the whatever nav
Right.
point I was.
Pirates before they could even
Hang
pirate
on.
you.
Yep. But actually, I paid bounty once, but I was actually they flew up while I was kind of coming in the elevator under my caterpillar. So I didn't notice them until I got in the cockpit, and they were like, both of them were hovering right over me. They had chat off, and so I turned chat on, and they had been threatening me. But they offered me a hit the wrong button there. They offered me a pretty good a pretty fair bounty or ransom payment. So I ended up just paying them and flying on the way, because it was like 10% of what I was gonna make rather than them trying to take 50 or 80% of what the load was gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god. The cost to restock the Idris T's torpedoes
Yeah.
is 34 million.
Whoa.
You can buy a reclaimer for that much.
But the mini ships less than that cost. Well, this is my first time actually flying into Lorville because I've only taken off from here.
Yeah, I mean that's where you just eat the claim time. You know, don't worry.
Yeah,
That's for 30
3-hour
million.
claim time, sure. Of course, for a little while there, they had taken away the restock with claim.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. That caused an uproar.
Well, yeah, it cost $1 million to restock the Polaris. It's like $1 million or $2 million. And everyone was crying about how expensive the missiles were.
Oh, I see Mr. Quade flying in.
Yep.
Yeah, the big building is not as dominating as it used to be. It was almost cartoonish before though, so maybe I like this
I mean, I don't.
new layout.
I still would prefer if it was like maybe
A
20,
little bit
30% bigger. But I
Yeah,
really
yeah,
like everything else they've added to the city, so that's
yeah.
only a small complaint.
All right.
It needs more colors though. It's like all the buildings have the exact same color trim. That kind of
You mean
I mean, most
Grandpa
of the
Hurston's preferred?
AU
Yeah.
yellow.
Yeah.
Well, he wants gold everywhere. He's got golden statues.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
true. But all these buildings are owned by different people, supposedly, right? They're not all Hurston owned.
It's still the Hurston City. All right, retrieving the reclaimer.
The only one with a
Yep.
wall around it, which is nice.
All right, I just landed.
Oh, yeah,
Let me
that's another thing.
go.
I'm gonna have
face
to
up.
go and check out the slums and all the. I used to like the little slums that were right outside the wall. I thought that was a nice touch.
Welcome.
Yeah, there's
to
some
the
cool
ASOC
stuff
vehicle
around there
retrieval
now.
system.
Even before they
Your
used,
vehicle
they
has
have
phased
they had all those
into
like kind of
Goodbye.
platforms that were kind of reminded you like oil drilling platforms. They were just kind of scattered all around the city with pipes connecting it to the main city. Oh, there it is already. I was expecting you're first in line.
Yeah,
No need
nobody's
for that
nobody's flooding
restriction.
the spaceport here.
Oh, did I wait too long? Hangar request complete. Oh, there it is. It was underneath your Mr. Quade.
Oh, I probably waited for my hangar to be done to then give you a hangar, because reasons.
Welcome
There it is.
to the ASOC vehicle
That beautiful
retrieval
ship.
system.
Just gonna go ahead and claim this one since I don't want to
Your
spawn it
insurance
at a.
claim has been sent.
Alright.
Vehicle selected.
I wonder if the
Stand by.
Polaris will actually. Not
Your
the Polaris,
vehicle
sorry.
has been
I
delivered
wonder if the
to base
Pioneer will
visitors
actually be
again.
callable from an XL hangar.
Ooh, yeah, I wonder.
Because the Idris is seriously pushing it.
Alright. Extra large hangar. Polaris is spawned.
Oh, do you have a second one for some reason?
Yeah, from the Perseus. So I have a loaner.
Okay. I think we're gonna have to wait in the claim time.
No, we're good. I can fly this sucker out
Yeah.
into deep space or meet you wherever, and
You excited for the Perseus in during
yeah,
IAE?
yeah, that's gonna be really nice. I think it's a good ship for our size. I always feel weird running with like only 3 people or whatever on the Polaris. Like I at least want to man the size 6 and then the 2 quad cannons up top. Right? So like that's 4. I want a minimum of 4 if I feel like we're using it for like fighty things.
Yeah, that's fair.
Come on, where's the button for the start elevator? There it goes.
Come on, let me out.
Let him out.
Well, the vertical speed is roughly the same.
Alright, where would the script be hiding? In other?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I went looking for mine
Yeah, here it
the
is.
other day.
MG script. Used by mercenary guilds, script guarantees to bear goods in trade at authorized locations. I got 10 of them. I'm rich.
We're rich.
Oh, actually, is there anything I need to take from here before I just run away from my storage? This is all my permanent stuff. What? Utility. Can you sell paints that, because every time I've had to respawn my putter, sometimes it comes back with that ice paint that I got from buying it.
No.
So I always take it off, and so I'm starting to make a collection of paint buckets at, I noticed at both Banji Point and ArcCorp I have like,
And they're physicalized, right? So you could put them in your cargo hold and then just dump them in space somewhere. At least you wouldn't have it until the next patch.
maybe I can use them as markers for mining locations in Salvage. And I think I figured out it's better to store your ship from the ASOP terminals in the station rather than in your hangar. Because the station ASOP terminal stores your ships instantaneously, where the one in your hangar's got to wait for the whole animation to go through.
God.
All
Door.
right.
So apparently, they made it so that the Reclaimer is even less maneuverable than it used to be.
Alright, so you're down in your hangar, Quade?
Yep, I'm in the extra large. Oh, elevator, why did you go up right now? I wanted you to stay down.
Let's see if I can get a...
Alright, inbound.
Actually, how do I... When I get in the elevators, I'm seeing a Frost Point small hangar.
Yeah, take it to the lobby and then
Yeah.
try another one.
Well, I'm in the lobby right now.
Just pick a different elevator.
Huh.
Should say Mr. Quade's extra large.
Okay, this is my second elevator. Damn it.
I'm gonna come get you. It's weird that it wouldn't have it
Yeah.
on your list.
I'm going to the elevator, but let me try the other elevator lobby over here.
See,
Gotta
we're
find the
working
ones that
hard
had
for
the-
this fraud.
Yeah, just get frost. Let me see if I can scroll it.
Yeah, I've got your
Nope.
hangar.
I just get.
Alright, well, I'm
I
coming to
can
the
see your
spaceport.
marker.
It might store
Jump
my
up and down.
Polaris. Well, I'm moving now.
Yeah, here you come.
Yeah, so hopefully I can go back without it despawning it.
All right, I'm in.
Okay.
Yeah, you got two on your list.
Yeah, because I flew in the Vulture, so that gave me the small hangar.
Oh,
and
I
then
You were standing in the way, so I thought it had my small hangar and your extra large. It says I'm in a party of 3.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I just got sent back to the lobby.
Really? What? Alright.
Re-invite him to the party.
Yeah, just leaving private property.
Oh, so I'm gonna stop here, have George Michael out.
Yep. I'm not party leader, so I can't move you for some reason.
Wait, you invited us.
I know, that's why I think it's weird. Invite to channel, remove from friends, mute player.
Alright, I'm leaving party.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
saying maybe we
everybody
should all
leave.
leave the party. Okay, where is that?
Alright. Who wants to do the invites, maybe?
Hey, where's the...
I can do it.
How do you leave the party?
I disbanded the party, so it should be done.
Oh. Yep.
You wouldn't be able to if you weren't party leader.
I know, I don't,
Yeah.
yeah.
My party has been
These-
disbanded.
These are those nice MMO
Alright.
social tools.
Invite. Invite.
I have joined.
Alright, I've got Mantis, and I've got Frostpoint. See if you
Alright,
can...
and you're in your hangar?
I am.
New member has joined Mr. Quade. And I see Mr. Quade's small... Actually, I see both your hangars and not mine now. But my ship is stored, so...
Yeah. Weird.
Yeah, I haven't figured out, like, exactly how these new hangars work, because sometimes when I expect my hangar to be there, it's not, and other times when I don't well, you know, whatever the reverse of what I said was. Alright, I'm in a big empty hangar. Oh no, there it is.
Oh, it brought you on the opposite side of the ship. That's funny. It brought me on the front side, it brought you in the back.
Yeah, I noticed the real big hangars always had entrances on both sides. I used to fly my Caterpillar in and out of here all the time.
Alright. Come on up front with me.
I'm running as fast as I can. I might have to stop for a drink break. Oh yeah, my energy's all up now. Heart rate 144.
It's just a very slow elevator.
Yeah, my first time on this bad boy.
No, we took you on it, to go to that distribution center that one time.
Well, yeah, but I was just watching a live stream.
Oh,
This
that's
is my
true.
first time actually experiencing it from the perspective of my own eyeballs.
Yeah, feel free to look around while I'm quantuming. It's a pretty nice ship.
Is it safe to walk around?
Yeah, I would stay off like a ladder if I'm actively in QT, but we're not going that far, so it shouldn't matter.
And when I first started playing, it was 100% safe to walk around, and then sometime after that, it was you were taking your life in your hands. This is what I'll do: is I'll sit in the captain's chair.
There you go. Enjoy the view.
All right, Quade, take us out.
Swiss Industries.
I can order you around now. I can get a good outside view of it. This is a pretty nice ship. Oh, I just saw the pods all kind of animate.
Yeah, the engine nacelles are pretty cool. That's a weak point, though. People love to blow those off when they're attacking you.
There's a turret in the back. There was that missile turret. Oh, yeah, this has both kinds of It has those little point defense guns too, doesn't it?
Yep.
Shields are off.
So where's the biggest turret? Is it under the nose there?
Yeah, that's the size 6 turret.
So that's the pilot does that one?
Nope.
Or no, that's a man.
It's a
Man.
manned turret. And then in the ship,
There's two manned ones off the sides, it looks like.
yeah, 2 manned ones on the top, and then there's 2 that are tucked into the sides that deploy when you get in them. And then there's the torpedo station is in the nose, and that's also a manned station.
It's too dark to see anything now. Oh, I wanted to just check out my
Let's see, where is Mantis from?
My
Here, other side of the
SPF.
planet. Okay. Let me find an OM.
FPS 0. Which is obviously a lie. Oh, maybe because I'm in that third-party camera. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, it was in that that third-party view looking at the ship from the outside. It said my FPS was 0
Quantum drive is now
from the display info.
Strange. Alright, let's
Yeah,
see if I
over
can
30.
directly
I'm-
target Mantis. I think I should be able to. Marker list, party members, Mantis, route. Yes, look at that. Perfecto.
Oh, I wonder if I was having to spawn in, because I deleted all my shaders from the last time I was at Lorville. Does it generate all the shaders at once, the first load, or does it do it per location? You don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. And it's different depending on the renderers, right? Because it caches all the Vulkan shaders up front.
Oh yeah, I'm still DirectX. I wanted to try out Vulkan. The next time I
I
load in,
don't recommend it.
I just wanted to try it out, just for fun. I think Quade said he was having good results with it, but I watched a couple optimization videos and people were saying, but they were like 4.0 optimization videos saying stay with DirectX. The Vulkan stuff was promising, but still new. That was like 2 versions ago.
Yeah, it's like every other version it seems okay.
shields are on.
Oh, can you name ships now?
Some.
Only if you buy them with the name thing. Alright. Come on, come to a stop. Alright.
I just noticed Mantis
Power
ships
off.
got a name rather than a serial number.
Yes.
Right. Well, if you want to look around the ship, go for it, or we can start scraping it. Oh, here, let me give you a tractor beam. Put this on the floor right here.
Equip.
Yep. Now, when we move the big boxes, we got the better tool to do it.
Is there a rifle scraper too, or is it just
There is.
a hand scraper?
Yes. There is a salvage rifle.
Oh, it's not just a module that you clip into this big boy. It's a whole separate rifle.
Us. Let's go over here.
Oh, is it
It's a whole
module like the
separate
Vulcan
rifle.
2 or a whole separate rifle?
Well, there's a module that you can put in the pyro multi-tool.
Yep.
But there is a full salvage rifle. But the max lift tractor beam is just a tractor beam. Y'all could. It'd be best if y'all came along the sides. I've got docking collar ports.
Yep.
Even though I'm not allowed to use this at a docking collar.
Right.
Where is it? I forgot.
About midship, aft. Just in front of the abdomen.
I went up to the nose. Up
Yeah,
on
if
Mr.
you get
Quade.
close, you'll get a little airlock thing that'll show you.
Oh, you have to slow down too.
Yeah, you gotta slow yourself. You drift.
Yeah. Hold X to space break.
Nice thing is you don't really fall down anymore when you
I
come into
noticed there was
ships.
like 2 keys when you launch out of a door. It said. When
Yeah.
I was like looking through the keys. It said like there was one that let you like just step off into space, and another one that you kind of launched you out, so you'd end up with some momentum. One that you gave you momentum, and one that didn't.
Yeah, they have yet
So
to
they
add
forgot
all that other
the stuff where you kind of
where you
crawled
like
along
yeah,
the deck.
or like
Yeah,
magnetized
brevity was
boots.
Yeah.
I tease Brevity every time they talk about sound design though, because he gets so critical of them.
Oh, here we go.
It's like they have good sound design, but like every, I don't know, 6 months or so, they put out a video talking about how great their sound design is. But
Oh,
like
yeah.
none of the stuff they've done ever makes it in, or like it very slowly.
Well,
You
like
know,
a Citizen
it's like
Counter, that's the one with Brevity I were laughing at is they have this event, everyone's sitting there, watching their stuff, and a lot of the stuff was boring, but Brevity and I both watched the sound design one live because we figured at least this one's going to be good because, they could show off a bunch of cool sounds, and it was just 2 guys talking about how they made these really cool tools that would allow them to make all kinds of cool sounds. They never demonstrated one sound at all through the whole
Huh.
45-minute speech. It was all about this cool dev tool that they made. And Beverly and I were just like in the chat to each other. This is fun. The only other worst one I saw was it was a Chris Roberts showed up to, with that Jared guy and that lead designer guy that's like kind of the ginger looking guy.
Yeah.
And the Chris Roberts and that like lead dev guy went off on like this hour-long thing about how cool they were and how the game was gonna be so great. And
Oh, did you power off your ship?
yep, it's all off and down and everything else. I'm scraping, it's working on my end.
so
Oh, but-
I was sitting here like an idiot, didn't even turn it on. How do I get into this thing?
Just remember, it's
Oh,
gonna
you
give you a tractor module first, so you gotta right-click to get the scraper.
Yeah.
got,
By the way, hit L to turn on your lights so you can actually see.
Oh wow, those
There
are
you go.
super bright.
Super bright, but they track with the turret. You control them.
Oh, I see that you have an abrade on here, not a trawler.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I haven't done any good industrial stuff, really. I did some salvage for the mission that required it, the event. But, like, that was mostly just to, like, get it done. I wasn't, like, super efficient with it.
I remember once we did a PL hangout where we all rented. It was like when the first time you could rent the Vulture. So we all rented Vultures. We went out and scraped one thing, and then we used the Vultures to all flying to bunker missions.
Yeah. That's about right.
We had like 4 people, so we'd have like 4 Vultures parked outside the bunker. Actually, no, I remember we did some scraping because didn't like Brevity or someone had a reclaimer.
Yeah, I think something just broke that night, right? Or no, we ran out of fuel, and he had to go get his Starfarer, and then we couldn't get it to work. Right? Wasn't that how it worked?
No, we were having other problems. Like I think you went back to load boxes, and we were gonna switch off, but then there was some bug that the first person that used the elevator was the only person that could use the elevator.
That's what it
after that.
was.
So you were stuck in the elevator the whole time, or back in the cargo area. So, because I think our original plan was you were gonna man that and then run up, where the person that was manning the cargo was gonna also keep moving the ship. So he's gonna like run up back and forth, so the two scrapers could just be scraping all the time. But then Brevity had to keep hopping in, up to the front to reposition the ship because you were locked into the cargo area. Let me try it. Oh, there you go. It's actually holding down my trigger button. I don't need to do that. Can you control it to say like how wide of an area it takes out?
You can
Or do you like controls like that?
no, different heads will do a wider area. So the braids are medium and they're pretty efficient. So like if you actually want to get a good amount off of the ships, it's a good pick. 'Cause the cinch is technically more efficient, but it's just so small it takes forever. And then the trawler's really big, but you're leaving behind like I forget like 40% of the SCU, or not SCU, what it's called, RMC. It's
Oh, I
like
just got the pop-up for the Pileus mission. Is that?
I mean, we can
You're
go
saying I should
scrape it. Oh yeah,
Weren't you
if you
saying I
accept
should
it,
accept those anyways because I'll get free pay?
yeah, try it. See if it works.
Let me see if.
It should be in your Moby.
Yeah, I was gonna say I forgot about that whole pending thing. Oh, do I have to exit? Oh, it does let me enter my Moby glass in.
Yeah, just hit Y, like tap Y, and it should bring you back to your share.
Yep. Let's see. If I can cheese the system. Nope, pending nothing there. Oh, maybe under contracts I can. Is it a contract?
Yeah, it should be under priority.
Happy Invictus. Oh, that's my history. Not the Polaris. Yeah, let me accept this and see if I can get free money. You get 2.5 million? But
Well, it's
divided?
shared, yeah. I'll accept it too. It'd be nice if this would work. But you'll get the same 30, I think, script. Which is nice. You can really, I think people are doing it because you can farm a lot of script that way.
Oh yeah, 30 script. Nice. And what do I use those scripts for again?
They're
Wicklow
part of,
favors.
yeah, Wicklow favors, and who knows what they'll add that will also use them down the line. Like blueprints for making your own ships or weapons, or
And it's voiced kind of like Xenothreat. I'm getting
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same coordinator.
What's her name?
Rowena Dooley.
Yep. I remember she liked me. She was always glad when I joined. I always thought she had a crush on me.
yeah, she's been asking about you. She's wondering where you've been all these years.
I was out exploring Nyx.
And it-
Ready to.
People are reading the tea leaves on that Idris video they released, and they're saying like, "Oh, it's in Nyx, it's in Nyx." There's like, I don't know how you could really tell, but like they desperately want that to be true. It's like, you know what? I didn't believe them when they said that the Idris was coming out either, and it did come out. So who knows? Maybe we'll get Nyx sooner than we think.
Neutralize reinforcements. Yeah, in fact, when my first eye got repaired and I looked at Star Citizen again, I was actually very surprised to see Pyro. Because I was assuming that, yeah, for the 2 years I was away, they would have 20 new ships in the game that were all purchasable. and another 20 that they had released and you could buy that weren't in the game yet. But Pyro still wasn't going to be there.
Yeah, we should probably spend some time over there before too long. Because as long as the events are going on in Stanton, and Wickelow's in Stanton, and, you know, the Fleet Week is in Stanton, like, Pyro's probably not super busy.
But I almost,
Right now, yeah.
yes, I was almost gonna, before I logged on, I was thinking about suggesting that, just because I've never been there, but then I thought, it's an investment in time to kind of get out there. And we had just done the kind of FPS stuff yesterday. And I think isn't a lot of stuff out there, you know, going to like ground locations and, you know, kind of ground combat.
Yeah, you're going to do a good bit of combat, but you can find some good trade routes. You can do salvage and mining out there.
But yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that on one of the PL hangouts, is because with my cutter, it's probably not the, you know, the best ship for a pyro trip.
The Cutter is the
I
meta
probably-
ship. It's the best ship for everything.
Yeah,
Which
I know
one?
I can
The Cutter.
Oh,
I know I can make it out there, but it's, I thought, you know, once I get there, it's, you know, I'm kind of limited. Where something like, you know, like a Corsair would be cool because you got more cargo, you can carry, you know, different type of vehicles.
Yeah, you put the Nursa in the back. Have
I
respawn.
think what I can carry with the Pulse, that small bike, I can get a Atlas Geo and a Pulse in my cutter, which is actually surprising, you know, for a ship this small. Yeah, the cutter was my only and best, you know, purchase, you know, kind of CCU purchase from Star Citizen. I've been very happy with it as an upgrade over the Mustang Alpha.
I like the Cutter a lot.
The only thing that I was kind of disappointed at it, the whole time I had the Mustang Alpha, its cargo bay wouldn't work. And they added the patch right before I bought the cutter, so I only got to use it for, you know, like 2 to 3 months maximum. And it was actually pretty fun. I actually carried people back there a couple times. I went on one of those like beacons where, you know, someone asked to be rescued. His ship blew up, so I actually took him and all his mission cargo in that little Mustang trunk. And one of our PL hangouts, I think I had you and Brevity and maybe, I remember having 3 people back there from PL, so maybe you, Brevity, and AU. I popped you all in there.
I do recall that, because then we were all like, you'd hit the boost and we'd all flop around into each other.
Yeah, and you had to be like crouched down.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if you couldn't all go prone because it's not big enough to like all prone you, so you had to be
Right.
like 3 people crouched, which means that
Yeah. And you're in like a shipping container, just being throttled around.
and when you're crouched, you don't get that same, you know, acceleration protection that you got when you were prone. So if you're prone, you could ride around in a ship, you know, in heavy maneuvers. But if you're crouched, you got tossed around like a dice. Oh yeah, this is nice. I was thinking, who's back there doing the boxes? But I remember you saying that it's got a
Yeah,
before
do
you-
like 240 SCU in the hopper now. And you can
Before
choose
we
your
had already
box
had-
size, which is good.
Does it tell me here how oh there it is, 14 out of 240. Yeah, we got. That's almost like, I kind of like the idea of having someone back there, yeah, with like a full-time job of having to keep those boxes going. Because it kind of added, yeah, like a teamwork mechanic that was kind of nice. I don't know how efficient I'm being to keep.
It's hard to tell with the Polaris. That's one thing I don't like about scraping it, is like its hull texture is too close to the it's been scraped
Yeah.
I
texture.
know.
It's not
That's why I think
awful,
I'm done,
but
and then I kind of go to reposition my thing, and as I kind of move it over an area that I thought is all done, I see that, oh, there's some more to grab here.
yeah, I'm kind of just retracing my steps a little bit to get any little pieces that are missing.
Yeah, let me know if I need to lower or not.
Actually, we're in a really good position here. I did like the back area on my side, and I can go all the way up to, I think, I can't get all the way to the nose, but I have like probably 75% of the ship I can get from this one area. Yeah, on this side, 'cause I guess there's still the other side.
Ooh, we'll have to let
But yeah.
Kraig do the hull cracking after this. See the magic of the claw.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this. And did the stuff go into that cruncher room?
Not quite. Not yet.
it's a letdown.
So I used to go to that
It's
cruncher room and just watch it for a little while.
It's an intermediary.
Yeah, you step into the claw seat and the head just says soon.
It just kind of atomizes the ship.
It's kind of a zen activity, kind of like mowing the grass.
That's good for hanging out and chatting. I'll tell you what, I've seen a lot more videos now of people using Polaruses to hunt Idrises. Because at first it was just Avenger 1 was doing it, and like one other group. And now it's like every video I see of a live stream, I pop it on it. It's somebody in a Polaris just blasting the Idris power plant with the torpedo. It's like, ooh, that's gonna get patched out real quick.
And what's the, what were you saying was a good crew size for this? Is it like 3 or 4?
For the Polaris?
Yeah.
I mean, you can run it with 2 and man the torpedoes and do stuff, or man like the really big guns, or like one turret, right? So like, the pilot doesn't have control of anything but a little bit of like a couple size 3 missiles. So you definitely need at least one other person to do anything beyond just fly from point A to point B. But for me, I think 4 sounds right. So you've got a pilot, and then you've got the main 3 gun turrets manned, and then somebody can hop into the torpedo room if need be. That to me that sounds like a good skeleton crew. But ideally, you need 8.
like,
I
if
think
it's-
is if you're gonna man all the stations. I think it's
So
8.
it's kind of like hammerhead.
Yeah.
Size.
And the Perseus is going to be fun because you just need a pilot and 2 gunners for the main guns.
And the Perseus is smaller than the Polaris?
Yeah, it's probably roughly hammerhead sized, but it's unlike the hammerhead, which is kind of like anti-fighter oriented.
Yeah,
The Perseus is
an AA.
anti-capital ship oriented, so it's just got 2 huge size 8 cannons and then a couple of smaller turrets for self-defense. So it's like a little. It's almost got like battleship cannons on a Corvette.
Oh, I just noticed that my display over to the right that I've been totally ignoring. It's actually telling me how much I'm picking up or not picking up. Like, that would have been helpful to look at a while ago. Oh, neutralize
Yeah.
5 of 6. Oh, but is this like Xenothreat where you have to show up? Because people were doing that with Xenothreat for a while. They would just accept it and never go. But then you wouldn't actually get paid unless you had to go
There you
to
go.
the initial location, and then you could bail.
I mean, I think we are going to find out. Looks like they're pretty close to.
Because they had
Getting
to
the
go to
Polaris in.
location still there.
Oh, we'll give full credit.
Nice.
I don't think we get part of the money payout, but we get the script.
which is just as good as money.
Yeah, I mean it's BS in my opinion.
don't know.
If you go to the convention center, see a bunch of green markers of everyone else that took it, and is also ignoring the mission.
Interesting. But yeah, you shouldn't
do
get
you
credit
earn
without being.
script? How do you earn
Right.
script without doing the player's mission?
There's other methods. There's a
Is it
number
all
of
like
missions that give it now.
And do they do like Xeno threats and Siege of Orsons anymore? Or are those in the back burner?
I think
Back burner for now.
yeah, because they're doing this like A/B plot thing they've been talking about, where it's like there's this background story of gangs and pyro and like trying to crush them or support them or whatever, and so that was the Supply or Die event, and the attack on Stanton event before that were related to it. And then the B story is this regen crisis that's going on, that like nobody is doing because all the mats are the same as the Wicklow missions, and so they're just doing the Wicklow missions. But
Oh yeah, I saw that
that
on that
I think
newspaper
is so. Even this mission, like killing the Polaris is a Frontier Fighters Polaris, right? So that's a group that is basically false flagged an attack on Stanton from Pyro in order to try to generate an attempt to go in and like recolonize Pyro. I think was the story, and instead they got
Well, they
caught.
wanted us to help.
Yeah,
They
to, like,
wanted us
go
to help
and,
supply them.
yeah, and like go crush the gangs and let them take over and like turn it back into a I don't know. They had like some kind of weird like Messerite connection that was speculated about and stuff.
Oh, they're straight Messer supporters.
And,
Oh wait, no, sorry, not Frontier Fighters.
the
Xenothreat are.
yeah, the Xenothreat are, but
CFP are also Messerites.
well, that's what people are saying is that like the person who founded CFP had previously started the Frontier Fighters group, and then they splintered off because they were like too violent. And so nobody's so like the speculation is like, well, how does this random splinter group of a basically just a slightly less angry gang have the money and the funding to have like armor and capital ships and a big fleet? And so there's speculation that it's like Messerite leaning senators or like funneling them cash through the CFP or whatever. It's like, okay, all right, this, I don't know if that's going to be in the plot or not, but like Astro Historian and those guys are kind of like, yeah, this could be what they're doing.
Potentially.
Now in Pyro, there's two different competing factions, and you have to like support one or the other. Is that the deal out there?
Yeah, CFP or Headhunters. Headhunters are just a drug dealing gang. And CFP claim to want to support Pyro, like make it livable and like more civilized. But realistically, like they're there for a reason. They did some bad shit, or they're very not welcome in civilized areas. And it kind of comes through in the Headhunters missions, apparently.
Oh,
You'll
learn
actually...
their evil backstory.
Hmm?
You kind of learn their evil backstory. From the
Sort
Headhunters
of. You
point
start
of
to
view.
see some hints of, like... You start getting missions to help liberate CFP people. Like, people try and leave, and the CFP leaders start hunting them down and trying to kill them for leaving.
Oh, it's like a protect ship mission.
Something like that.
And is there anything like that in Stanton, or is it just like lawful and unlawful missions? That's the way it used to be when I was playing last.
Well, the Headhunters have a few missions here now, and I guess the plot is like, now that a bunch of people from Stanton showed up and are messing around in Pyro, they're like, well, fine, we'll send some
Yep.
guys over to Stanton and start establishing a foothold. But yeah, that's the only real plot that I know of is like, quote unquote, the Slicers attacked Stanton, and then that turned out to be the Frontier Fighters doing a false flag.
Yep. And I guess they used to do that with like the Nine Tails and the Xeno Threat kind of events. That was those guys kind of making a bigger play in Stanton.
Well, and there are several gangs that they haven't even brought into Pyro yet, but that are still like on the lore pages and stuff. So like you kind
Yeah,
of get there's the
Codex.
I forget what they're called. They would like worship fire. And you can kind of interact with them in the contested zones. There's like a bunch of decoration, or fire rats or something like that, and but like they don't really have like a faction properly that you can join or that you interact with, or get rep with. And then Xenothreat's there. They're out by Terminus and Ruin Station, primarily, and they're not. You can't get rep with them or anything. They're mostly just bad guys on missions.
Yep.
And then, what's the other one that they had that armor for? Overlords, right? That's supposed to be a pyro gang.
I have no idea. I know the ones that are currently in. I'm not sure what else though.
Yeah, so there's a bunch that they have yet to implement.
I'm going to Suicide and head back to Orson so I can pick up a ship.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, get yourself something to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot how long it takes to scrape this thing. I'll be back for my armor and whatnot.
Yep.
Actually, I should probably put myself towards the rear of the ship so I can get to it more easily.
Quick, check his body out the airlock.
Mental. Yeah, I was playing Star Citizen for a couple hours a couple of days ago and just got to talk about a bunch of lore.
Yep.
But yeah, I have to go check out that asteroid because I had forgotten all because the lore wasn't that important when I was playing last. Like it was kind of always fun to kind of hear little bits of it now and then. But it sounds like it's a kind of a bigger part of the game now.
It is and it isn't, right?
Well,
like, they don't put enough
yeah.
of it in game. So part of the reason I went and looked up all these videos because I was like, I'm doing these missions for factions I don't know anything about because the mission text is too vague and I don't have any context for anything. And then they started putting these little splash screens on your loading screen that like give you some info about what's going on a little bit, but it's still not a lot. And I don't know if you've caught, there's news broadcasts. Have you seen those that are popping up on screens at the city locations?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no,
yeah.
I haven't.
Yeah, they're not that long, but they're little news broadcasts of like the regen crisis, and I forget what the other one is. I think the Frontier
I used
Fighters,
to like
maybe.
those, during Xenothreat they had those, and I always liked them.
Yeah, they should definitely do more of that.
I was even happy to see like some of the little food locations around ArcCorp had lit up. That was a nice surprise. I always thought, ArcCorp was like a kind of interesting location, but it had all these things that looked like you could interact with them, but none of them ever worked. Like the little hot dog carts and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think those little hot dog style carts still don't work, but as I was walking around some of the back areas, I was surprised to find quite a few like little cubbyhole restaurants that were now working. But do we drift a little? That I can't get...
Maybe I can reorient us.
Well, no, it's alright because I noticed that like you said, the texture of this is so close. I wasn't sure when I was done or not, so I was just kind of checking over some areas where I had missed big hunks of.
Oh, you can't reach to the top again? Yeah.
Yeah, I can't reach.
Oh, I did move down.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because it looked like y'all were done up there.
Yeah, I think,
Yes,
we are
like
probably still good where we are.
That, wow. Again, I just kind of cut over as I was cutting over. I pretty much got like 100% areas that I've just like totally missed. Yeah, and I noticed I had kind of drawn a line down by the nose as far as I could get, and I noticed I could also like I could get past it. I thought I was just getting better at using my turret controls. Oh, you don't need a box guy at all now.
Not for a while. You have 240 SKU capacity.
Yeah, I noticed that we're only at 32, and I guess that's both Quade and I, right? Or we're filling the same hopper.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, I remember the last time I was in the reclaimer, you would always have to like, hey, because the box guy would take a break for a second, and like your scraper would shut down. And you'd have to yell at him, get those boxes clear.
So the ship I'm gonna bring, the entire reason they made it was because of how that worked. And then they kept the concept, but changed how salvage works, and so now it just doesn't make sense. God
What
damn
ship
it.
is that?
The Misfortune. It actually has external storage, and it will auto eject into the cargo grid. It's actually pretty neat. It's just the problem is, so the Vulture has 2 scraper heads. The Misfortune has 1. And it's not like slightly more powerful to make up for that a little bit. No, it's exactly the same as just one of them. So it's half the salvage speed.
Oh yeah, I saw a video comparing the two, and I forgot that. I remember after watching the video, I thought the Vulture's the clear choice if you're gonna get one, because it's got the 2 scraper heads. But I thought the storage would work just like the mining ships, that they would be external and you would just fill them up and and that was it. So like the Fortune has like a separate cargo grid.
It's external, like the hull A.
Oh. Can you use it for cargo boxes also?
I don't think so. I mean, you might be able to, but it wouldn't be worth it. It can only hold 12 out there.
Oh, so it'd be like using a Vulture to do cargo.
Yeah. In fact, actually, the Vulture can hold more.
Yep.
Because the official for the Vulture is 12, but then obviously you can fit another 6 anyways.
Yep.
Really, realistically, you can head back to port with like 30 plus, like 35, 36. If you count what's in the... Yeah.
It's kind of the same as my cutter. You load it the same way. You have to use the little walkway and... But I saw a guy, what he would do is... Because there's one little area that you can't double stack, because as you kind of load them in off that little... You end up with the box, the last box that comes out of the hopper. You can't get one on top of it, because the way you have to load it, kind of Tetris stuff in. But he used that space to put like the weapons. You'd go salvage, weapons and components, and then use that space for those. There was a video on how much stuff could you get inside of a Vulture? How much money could you really make in it? It was like you said, it was double the advertised capacity. I think the cutter is triple, because it's got 4 on the grid, but you can get 12 in if you do it carefully. So I've done 10, and that was before I learned the R key to rotate the boxes, and that was the hardest part of it. So I'd flip the box and it would get skewed, and I thought if I could just get this thing in a different position, like. And the most important thing I found is if you crouch, that's the skinniest your body gets. But proning and walking, you're a little bit thicker. So if I left that middle aisle, I could, if I crouched, I could walk down it, but if I was prone or walked, I couldn't squeeze between the boxes. But crouching, I always can. So again, that makes a cutter a really nice kind of starter ship because you're able to do. Because normally, if you try to use just the cargo grid, the extra small missions, you have to make 2 trips, maybe even 3 to complete them, where you can actually do it all in one. I should probably think if there's any other kind of free ships I want to rent this week that I can't afford. So I was thinking about I should rent a combat ship to do that combat tutorial that's going on during Invictus.
Yeah, because we'll have.
Like a saber or something.
So I was about to say, Aegis is coming up, right?
Hmm?
Or do we just have Who do we just have? Anvil or Aegis? I forget.
We just had Aegis.
Yeah, so we got
Anvil's
Anvil.
next week.
Yeah, so Anvil's coming up, and that'll be a good
Sorry,
good
not
set
next
of
week. Just later.
combos. Yeah. And then I think we got Origin today, and then Argo, and
Origin
I forget who
and
else.
Anvil?
No, Origin, Argo, and I don't know. I don't know who the third one is. I thought there was a third one today. RSI maybe?
Yeah, it's RSI.
Yeah, so you could get like a Connie and do some good combat with that.
I think you can actually run a Polaris.
There you go. Oh, why are we scraping the real one?
Shh.
It's a loner anyway, right?
I think I was trying to remember which combat chips I like. I think my go-to were I like the Buccaneer and the Saber.
Yeah, Sabres are all pretty solid. And they're fairly stealthy now. Even the non-stealth versions are quite radar
The Buccaneer had some
opaque.
flaws, but I remember liking it. But you had to kind of work around its strengths and weaknesses more, where the Saber was just an all-around good one. And I think I tried the arrow I flew only during my first weeks in the game. So when I started, it was like during a free fly where you got a free arrow. And so I think I used it back then before I really knew how to use the game. So I got a bad opinion of the arrow.
Hmm. I mean, the
never
arrows.
flew it after that, and a lot of people really liked the arrow.
I'm not really a fan of the arrow, anyways.
And I think at one point it was like really overpowered because it had like before he started playing back 311, 312 or something. I think I started at 314, and then Quade started right after me at 315.
I'm gonna nose down a little bit.
Just strafe down. Alright, I'm done buying another braid, calling up my fortune.
I'm gonna go even further.
I'll have to turn on my gimbal. Yeah, yesterday I turned off my gimbal by accident, and I remember thinking man, I gotta work on my turret play here. I just can't control this thing. And then I thought, for some reason, I hit the E key to turn on the gimbal, and then all of a sudden all my problems stopped. There you go.
Yeah, turrets have actually gotten pretty good now. And then they just upped their ammo capacity recently, which is nice too.
I think one thing I have to turn off is because I have pilot look ahead, that kind of feature turned off on everything, except for turrets. I noticed when I looked at my optimization dock, I think it said to turn off look ahead on pilot and driver, but leave it on turret. But what I was noticing yesterday is I got to like look more to the right off my kind of aiming pip, which I don't like. I think I have to go turn that off again. Something that's bad advice. But actually, I found some more good stuff to put in that dock, but I can't do it until I get my second monitor. I just refuse to alt tab back and forth. Yeah, it's funny. I looked at the kind of tracking information on my cable, and it went from like Friday out to Tuesday. When I looked yesterday, it had moved to Wednesday, but when I looked this morning, it was back to Tuesday. So I guess they hit some green lights.
Probably
Some place in Ohio working
complex
its way
tariff
over.
negotiation.
But I was wondering if it was going to be like shipped over, and actually nothing I bought so far, you know, your kind of electronics kind of stuff has been seemed like penalized yet. Cause my mouse, I was getting these cheap kind of Logitech mouses because the cable keeps breaking on them, so it keeps connecting and disconnecting the USB connection. Cause I have a wired mouse. So I was getting like these really cheap $6 Logitech mices, but they would only last like 2 years.
Mm.
And then they would just start connecting and disconnecting, and you could tell like the cable had gone and just got pinched. So
My last one lasted about 10 years.
Well, my
Maybe
Logitech
12.
keyboard is, I think, 10 years old, but I have two newer keyboards in the kind of closet in my kind of computer junk room that are kind of waiting for this one to die, but it won't die. And I think my first mouse lasted like 6 years before it started doing that connect disconnect bullshit.
I still have a
I-
G5 from like the mid 2000s that still works. It's that old,
Yeah,
like
so I
that
actually
old
got
classic Logitech everybody had forever ago.
But I think they dropped in quality at one point. Cause I wanted to blame a Windows update. Cause the first time it happened like right after a Windows update, and I thought there's something they did, like juice up the power that was shooting down the USB cable to it or something that was burning it out faster.
Hmm.
But then I just figured I think Logitech just lost some quality. They were using like the cable was like a real thin, cheap one. But I jumped on to buy a replacement, and I got this EVGA gaming mouse for like $8 on sale. And it's got a really nice kind of cable that kind of has that kind of wrapped fabric kind of feel to it. It's like much more substantial. And it's gonna be nice to have 2 extra buttons on the mouse to assign to stuff. So I was surprised. I was thinking like, great, I'm gonna need a mouse. And in fact, yeah, that cheap Logitech mouse I used to buy had gone up like $2. So I was blaming that on the Trump tariffs.
We're back.
There's this whole area up here that doesn't look scraped to me, but when I go over it, it's all gone.
Yeah, I'm having that same problem with this. Like you said, the texture. It's like areas that I'm sure are scraped. I'll kind of just move over them on my way to another area, and my whole surface surface area thing will go 100%. And then areas that I'm pretty sure need scraping, it's all red with zeros.
Yeah.
What's nice about this ship, you don't have to worry about it because there's so much of it.
I know. We could just keep going. I
Now,
forget.
how much is the stuff worth, like per SCU?
You know what? Let me look that up. Because I'd be
I was
interested to
wondering, like,
know.
we're almost coming up to 50 SCU, so I was trying to think. I wonder how much that's actually worth. Well, I guess for a vulture you only get 12 SCU, so we're coming up on. We'll be at like 5 vultures, just using the 12 SCU cargo grid.
The recycled material. So the stuff we're scraping is worth 10,000 per SCU. Um,
Oh, so we have 50,000
yeah,
SU worth.
but to get that price, we have to sell it in Pyro.
Well, no, it's hold on. It's not that bad here in Stanton.
I think it's like 9,000 in Area 18 or something like that.
No, it should be 10,000 in Orson. Let's see. Where is
Area 18 used to be the place that I would always sell Quant at because it was so good. But then one of the last patch, as just before he stopped playing, Lorville got really good also.
Here we go. Orson, 10.3k.
Okay, that's
Problem is
pretty good.
their inventory is super high.
Right. I mean, we could always store it in a cargo ship and then make our Pyro run later this
Yep,
week.
good.
Money in the bank.
That's what was kind of nice about the physicalized cargo is people were, right when the piracy started to get really bad, is people realized, like, oh, well, you can just, oh, hey, there's Mantis. You can keep a lot of
I was ready
your
to go get in
cargo
the gun turret for
at the
second.
location where you buy stuff, right? Like, because you have to bring it up on the freight elevator, you could buy 1,000 SCU if you wanted and just bring it up 100 at a time and take it on a smaller ship without risking so much. It's like people started to get good at finding, like, ways around risking it all. I thought that was a lot of fun for a bit.
Yep.
You know, because you'd run it in
Well,
your
even
Connie, even though you had a Hercules.
well, even for mining, because now you can load. Because before you had to fit the whole refining run into a ship, and because you couldn't put a partial one in. So I remember because I used to have to plan my refining run so I could get like 4 into a freelancer max. I got good at getting like those quant runs where I'd get 31 or 32 quants to refine. I'd end up with a whole bunch of 31 SCU jobs, but then 120 to store it. So you'd end up only having to take 3 because the 4th one wouldn't fit. I'd have to specifically go out and do a 27 or 25 SCU job just so I could feel like I was being efficient.
Yeah, I'd like to see the industrial gameplay get more synergy with stuff, and I think we're gonna get there with the crafting and the base building and all that, because all of this RMC that we have and
for
all
sure.
of the other structural, this is all, right, you could sell it and make good money, but maybe you need it to build some of the base modules, right?
And the mining.
And then you gotta go mine and, some
Look
stuff is
forward to
raw
it.
materials you need, some stuff is refined materials. Yeah, I think that's gonna be good. I just
One
feel
thing I always forgot about is that you can use this stuff to repair your own ship. Because I was watching a video a week or 2 ago, and a guy got out and repaired his ship with this stuff. And I forgot all about that capability, and I don't even know when and why you'd use it, but I like that it's there.
Well, back when Pyro was going to be an empty wasteland with few settlements, I was like, oh, this would be when
yeah.
I would use that. Now it's a little bit more, you can just land and repair at any space station like you always could. But that may not be the case forever, right? Right now, it's the only other system, so they're not going to make it that desolate.
But there was that time where you get crime stats in Stanton, and you'd have to, it would knock out a whole bunch of locations that you had to kind of think about where you're going to refuel, because you couldn't just go to a regular station. You had to only use those outposts and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Love how it's like, caution, target friendly. Yeah, I know. That's why it's letting me do this.
I want to charge Mantis with a crime for attacking my ship.
Yeah, it's not giving me any cautions.
I always loot the torpedoes and sell them.
Yeah. Although I believe the resale value is pretty sad.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. They don't want people just duping them and...
Yeah, I like seeing those Idris torpedoes at the tour there. So big that it looks like you could ride one. They look like those some of those like World War II like mini subs that they were trying. They were kind of like torpedo shaped. Like the Japanese would like send like a kamikaze guy. Yeah, I guess the Japanese kind of did that. They kind of invented like your early precision weaponry, but they just used human guidance systems.
Who needs, yeah. Who needs computers when you just have fanatics?
Yeah.
Alright, I think we're looking good. I'm going to move us down again. Oh, you did bring the misfortune out. Nice.
Yeah.
I always liked the Prospector. Yeah, I like the look of it, the inside of it.
Yeah.
I like how it flew. That's what I think when I was looking at those videos comparing the Fortune and the Vulture, because I always loved the Vulture. I really I like Drake ships in general. That's always my go-to designer in the game. And the Vulture, I like just that kind of mandible look on it. But so I was trying to decide if, but now that they have that little golem too.
Well, the
But it has
golem comes
it
as
has that
is. Like, you
poke,
can't
yeah,
upgrade it.
yeah. That's the one thing that keeps me cautioned about that. But I like the idea of it just a little, kind of one-man cockpit little mining ship.
Well,
Just,
importantly, it's cheap.
Yep. It's like I'm thinking, that was a possibility that I have to consider now because the Prospector used to be the smallest. And so since the Drake ship, I thought I had to consider it. So I was thinking maybe I'll get like a Golem and get that in game, and then use it, to work up to a Vulture. But I keep thinking I want to buy one more ship because I have $40 store credit that I have to spend somehow. So I keep thinking,
obviously, buy some flight blades.
Yeah. But what I was thinking is I'm gonna wait to like when the Vulture goes on sale. So I'll have a cutter and a Vulture, to start after a patch.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what the next big gameplay loop they are adding is. Since if it's base building or whatever, there's not really a starter ship that's going to be great for helping with that. But if it's like...
oh, they've already announced how they're going to work with that. There's going to be a vehicle that can do base building.
I forgot that. Yeah, it looks like a big truck.
Yeah,
like a big
it's
trailer
another
you
Argo
deploy.
ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Argo CSV build.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
And then there's a Starlancer build that'll be coming. Well, clearly not an intro ship, but yeah.
But it was like a little crafting truck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And,
like deploys drones and then they pick up resources and build stuff with it.
Yeah, that's gonna be when the community really blows this stack is when I think they talked about selling land in the pledge store.
Well, selling land in Stanton, in lawful space, Pyro's going to be free for all. What you're paying for is protection from the area.
But still, that's cheesy because yeah, 'cause the whole idea of these games is to make progress. And
We'll probably be able to buy them in game.
but it comes to the
So-
point where like wipe, like some people can not play because even it's not even the pay to play thing where they can get advantage over you and kick your ass, but if they can never play the game but get all the milestones of it. So then what's the fun of playing the game if there's nothing to work towards?
Right.
I think that's the thing I enjoy the most in a game like this is you set yourself some goal and you work towards it, but it might take you a couple of weeks to achieve that goal or part of the goal. Because some of the goals might be like several steps that take you a couple months to go through, but that makes the game something that you look forward to. Every time you have a chance to play it, you're working towards that that goal that you set for yourself. But once you remove that from a game like this, even that I think that was like the power play kind of draw to me was you had like this kind of weekly goal idea and you had some teamwork and you're working towards it. And that was more fun than just going out on solo cargo missions and hauling stuff around.
Yeah, but what really motivated you, Kraig, was the Black Hand.
Yeah.
I've never seen
Well,
anybody with Fury, like, you just made your own whole meta game just around messing with those guys.
That was probably one of my the most fun I've ever had in game was when Pulsar Shark and I were just a two-man team going against a whole other org, and we were just kicking their asses. But we learned how to do so much about the BGS game and how to exploit it in a PvP style manner. In fact, in one, I think our biggest accomplishment is we learned how the Black Hand had one system and they had like 4 stations in it that they owned, and we did on one cycle we fully retreated them from the system. They had 4 owned stations 1 week, and then they had in one swipe they lost all their stations and were ejected from the system totally. So they had no presence in it at all.
Well, and they didn't think it was possible, right? They thought you had to lose all the assets before you could lose the system.
Yeah, you'd lose all your assets and you'd be low. You'd be like 4th place in the system or something. But there's no way that you could eject somebody. And I forgot how we figured out how to do it. We thought how to do it, and we executed it. And it was like, oh, it's so good because you could just they were just blowing their stacks, saying that we were cheating and they were going to report us. Like, report away.
Nope. That is simply how it works.
Remember that? I remember you and Vondhar coming up with Winter's Radar, where you started to be able to predict their expansions, and that was really fun. And we didn't even have that big of a AD BGS team at that point.
Yep.
So like, they eventually figured out we were onto them and like could beat us for a bit, but then as time went on and we actually like got on Discord and recruited people, the BGS team became like preeminent.
Yeah, we used that Winter's Radar first. I can't remember how it worked now, but we used it some way. They had this expansion planned, and I had to fly out to this system that had like one of those like remote stars that that took you like 45 minutes to jump out to where the planets were. But because of that, I could work out there undetected. And so we figured out they were going for that system somehow, and then I worked in that system and blocked them somehow. And I remember thinking, like, that was so cool.
It was good because
Yeah,
we would
those
flip
things
the
like that.
triggers, like you would time the wars and the ticks and stuff so that the triggers would flip at the moment that the system, that the power play ticked over for that week and move them from prep into expansion or whatever it was.
Yep.
And, yeah, and like, just, they got so mad about it.
Oh yeah, because it would adjust all their numbers, so it'd go from a favorable system to like an unfavorable one.
Yeah, so they knew they had
It would
this.
happen right at the
Well,
switch.
and it was a medium pad system. I forget its name now. It was a medium pad system, and we were gonna race them for it just to fuck them basically, and eat the loss. And then like we ended up with favorable, uh,
Was it Gilly BC?
triggers. No, I don't think it was that negative. Um,
Okay.
it was something that was like I think it contested like some Torval systems that
There
we were
was-
using to keep their triggers down anyway.
Gally
their numbers
BC
down.
confused like us later planners. Like, how the hell did we even get that in the first place? There's 200,000 out and a medium pad.
Maybe
Like-
it was Galley BC then.
It eventually became a large pad later when
Yeah,
FDev upgraded a bunch of stations.
And also, I remember like the Kenai he was like the master of the undermine planning.
Yeah, he did really well with that. He took over from Ikuo and like actually formalized everything a little better, and he did really
but
well with it.
He took it to like the level. 'Cause I remember when he did that that real famous Winters one, where like the
I'm gonna move us to the other side of the ship now, if that's all right.
yeah, with they did all those
Don't hit
bubble
me.
pictures. I remember like that we started out with like Winters being like bigger than us, and then that one maneuver they went they just shrunk to just tiny. And I think for the rest of the time I played, they'd never recovered, but they probably had with power play changing so much. But he had this master
the
plan
Valentine's Day.
scheduled where, where we had all these people out undermining, and some of it was in the open, and some of it was specifically held. And then he did this other thing where it was a genius. It was Jerry. Um, he had a whole assignment that he had to go undermine the system and undermine it all. But then his job was never turn any of it in. And that really
Just to fuck with them.
Well, because they could tell from the the information in the game that it was fully undermined, so they
We're
assumed
not
it was
close
part of
enough.
our
Hold on.
snipe. But then it was the way Kenai figured it out. The math is that if if we did everything and that system was also undermined, and Winters could fortify a few systems and save some important stuff. But if that system never got turned in and remained fortified, it knocked a whole bunch of their far more valuable systems out. So I remember when he explained the plan to me, it's like, oh, this is fucking genius.
Yeah. Well, it really
And-
helped
and-
that
but-
like
but poor
Winters
Jerry had to-
never took the math seriously, right? Like they knew just enough to know,
Yep.
quote unquote, how to win, but they never bothered to get any more detail than that.
Yep.
Did y'all
Like,
ever hear about Hudgment Day?
No, I was long gone by that time.
So, we had Hudson in turmoil for 4 cycles straight. Just
Man,
they went from like 90 something systems down to like 52 or 40,
wow.
40
Yeah.
something.
Well, I think that was like the big Valentine's Day one was it was a 4-week turmoil.
Yeah,
And it was
Cascades.
like the third week was the big, and Kenai had it all planned out. So it's like the first week only did like 20% of the damage, and then like on the third week was like 40% of the damage. But he had to work it so that each week specific systems had to drop to make his plan work. Because just the way the math worked, you had to kick out systems in a specific order to get the optimum plan. That one that Jerry did, you remember he had to work. He was working like 10 hours a day for the whole week undermining, knowing that he was never going to
Sitting on all these merits.
Yeah, never get any merits for it, never get any credit for it all. But he gained our respect. But in a way that probably only about 10% of AD even knew it happened. So a bunch of us knew how much he did for the team, but most people didn't even know.
I loved that era because we simultaneously had absolutely amazing OPSEC and really, really horrible OPSEC. And like everything we were doing as a power that any average player in the power would know about, everybody was reading the chat. Everybody knew what we were doing. Everybody knew every move. And then we just had a tiny group of 12 people that was just like crushing everything. And it was just so much fun. I mean, it was utterly inefficient. We were killing ourselves to get
I
the
mean,
stuff
that's usually
done.
how it went.
But that was the fun of it. Is with we had this like tiny team that was kind of running the game. It felt like, and no one could compete with us. But we were like 12 guys maximum, and taking on every power.
Well, and then running two other powers, right? That was always the fun of it too.
Yep.
It's like we were operating Torval and Grom, and like it was pretty great. I just remember when the first time we tried to run Torval, and we didn't have the math working right, and we like screwed up one of their expansions, and they were like blaming the feds for 5th Sea and stuff. And we were like, yeah, those bastards at Winters. It's really like we did the math wrong.
One of the things I liked, who is the leader of Torval?
Justinian?
Yeah.
Is because we would execute this master plan that Ocean had conceived, and it was all AD guys doing it, and then right after the power play switch, he would get on and just start gloating to all the.
Oh, I know. He was the best propagandist. He was just up there like, Torval is powerful. We crushed you guys.
Yep. And I could see some of his communications because the Ocean would get on and tell him exactly what their team had to do, and sometimes we were worried that because they got this tiny task to do, and we were always kind of concerned, like, I wonder if the Torval guys are going to do what they're supposed to do for this plan. They had like fortify like 2 systems or something, and then and the AD guys had to do like a shitload of them. But yeah, but then he would jump on and just pull the hell out of the fence. And it was, which is perfect because they always thought that they were always saying like, oh, AD's doing it all for you, and like, but the way he would talk, it was seeming like he wasn't in the loop as the leader. But I think that also helped the Torval guys stay motivated because they probably actually, for the more casual players, thought they were actually doing something just because of the way he would troll everybody.
Yeah.
You had to question anybody that had to, that would pledge to Torval, because that was one of the worst things about playing Torval is you had to look at that witch in your UI.
Yeah, it's just like the worst aspects of the Empire anyway, right? Like,
yep, slavers.
Yeah.
But then the ugliest character in the game also.
Did you guys ever end up having to unwind all of her expansions and stuff that were just out there contesting all of Winters and keeping her CC down? Did that have to come down at some... I mean, I guess it all changed anyway because they redid the whole system, but...
So, very shortly after Kraig left, Winters did weaponized expansions into Torval, and then promptly turmoiled herself, gained the CC back, but Torval still had the CC against her anyways. They exploited a bug against Torval and caused her to turmoil that way.
Interesting.
They lost a little bit, but they were still like locked down. And it wasn't until, frankly, our side just wasn't paying enough attention. And we let Winters take too many bad expansions until they could self-turmoil.
Yep.
And that's how they got free. And then they almost got AD into a cascading turmoil after that, with a shit ton of weaponized expansions, until we finally started flipping the BGS triggers on them. Because they'd done a lot of prep work to make sure that all of their weaponized expansions were going to be favorable, until our BGS team got in.
Well, that was the whole secret of that Winter's radar. Is that he made a special tool that would just track, where they were doing BGS, and you could, and that was their folly is they would go in and prepare systems, which should have been good gameplay, but it gave away their plan weeks in advance of them being ready to execute it. So that would give us, all kinds of warnings to fuck with them.
Yeah, if I
Yeah,
remember
we ended
right,
up
like,
having to maintain a big shield around AD.
yeah,
Thankfully, Winters gave up. They're really, like, they were super easy to demoralize. As soon as they figured out that we were opposing them somewhere, they would run away. Unless it was, like, one big system that they could try and get people into. But
I don't really know. Like, I never was one of the people who like went in and spent time on their discords and like spied on them and stuff. So like, I never understood what was going on behind the scenes for them. But like, when we started getting spanked back in the old days, like, it was a motivator to figure out the mechanics at like a really granular level, and then that gave us an advantage later on. And I don't understand why like Winters and Hudson never got to that point. And maybe they did eventually, right? If they're exploiting bugs and stuff, that sounds like they finally got a better look at it. But I don't know, like, they were just always confused when we were playing. Like, they were always wondering, like, wait, why did we lose this system and not that system? Even though, like, the math didn't change from cycle to cycle, right? Like, the way that
well, they
things
always
work.
accused us
Well,
of cheating every time.
Yeah.
One of my favorite parts of the week was the morning after the power play, kind of switch for the week. Is Sun would post, because there was that day that Discord where only like the power leaders would all get together. That even like the FDEP guys were in to try to get like feedback on the game. But Sun would post the sheer confusion of like the Winters and Hudson players. If something would happen and they'd get on like, what the? Could someone explain these fucking numbers to me? Because we had done something again that it was like so deep in the math that when you saw the results, it was you couldn't make sense of it. And so he would show us these posts where they were just in total confusion about what had happened.
Yeah.
And the way Ocean because the thing I used to, because everyone knew about the undermining snipes, is Ocean was his secret weapon was the fortification snipes, which should be impossible. Because the
Unless you're running
takes
20
long.
accounts at once.
Well, that it is because I would because Ocean would be running 20 ships, and we had like a couple other people like Sun that would be running a couple of ships, and I would only run one. But I got real efficient at running one. But Ocean finally browbeat me into running more than one. I never enjoyed that as much just in the play of it.
Yeah, fortification snipes are fun, though. Because, like, you were literally waiting until the minute before, like, they took everything offline. You know, because, yeah.
You couldn't save anything up because you had to keep dropping it every time. So you had to do the whole thing in, like, the last 2 hours of power play. And so that was the hard part, and that's why you needed so many ships. But like for me, running 4 ships it was almost stressful because you had to keep switching windows, and if you missed it just by a couple of seconds, you'd ram a ship right into the station, and blow it up with all your mat materials on board.
Right.
Which happened to me a few times. It's really deep, and you didn't have that much time to spare, so losing a cutter load of power play mats was devastating.
Yeah, and I remember there were times like where we would be seeing the numbers change as they turned in their undermining mats, and it'd be like, okay, everybody was holding mats for this system and you were fortifying it, dump them. We're not doing that system anymore, we're going to let it go. And like, it was just all changing and dynamic. It was so much fun.
Yeah, that's because we were all on like voice, and they said like the plans were you had to really stay on top of it, but it was, and for me it was perfect because the power play cycle ended at midnight my time. So it was power play cycle ended, then I could go to bed, and we're like I remember a couple times like a couple players got bad reputations because they had they were supposed to set their alarm and
Mm-hmm.
get up to like hand in their undermining mat, and they would miss
Yeah.
it. So like for the next like couple of months, they'd get every time they would post something, they'd get like the alarm clock little emojis as responses for just to remind them. Yep.
Yeah.
I,
So I hear
I
Fifth
think
Sea is
yeah.
still around and worse than ever.
So now we can't do anything about it. So like if Orisa or AD are attacking each other, we can't stop it. And better yet, the game actively gives you objectives every week to go do so. Like whatever you happen to be nearest. So if you're nearest ALD systems, um, the game will go, hey, go undermine ALD.
Nice.
Well, in fact, I suggested that each and every week. I always wanted to attack it.
That's true. We had a lot of contests with her for a while. They were
So
at least
they
an
still-
active team, somewhat.
Oh, contract available. I'm gonna hunt the Pileus again.
Oh, did anybody notice if we got scripts or anything?
I didn't even notice succeeding that.
It says
I didn't even
abandoned.
get a notification.
On my history, it says Hunt the Polaris abandoned. So I don't
Oh,
know
it
if
might
they-
have failed.
might have timed
Yeah,
out.
the last time I looked at it was still 5 of 6. Let me check what mine says.
Yeah. No, folks just didn't do it.
Yeah, I got to abandon. And my Happy Invictus completed.
I'm gonna move us up, and then I gotta AFK for a sec.
Where's my... I'll try it again. Oh, maybe we abandoned it because we didn't go to the Polaris last known
No.
location.
Like,
Oh,
it has a timer.
Oh,
It's been about that time.
That's right.
Getting tired of you wannabe starmen showing up and sticking your nose in where it doesn't belong. To step down and let those frontier fighters do what needs to be done. This is your only warning. You keep pushing, and anything that happens is your fault.
Where's my...
That was
Uh,
Amelia Boyd, leader of the frontier fighters.
So this little bit by Amelia Boyd,
Focus and let's get it done.
that is... Yeah, no, that's a murder hobo. They want us to leave the Polaris alone so that they can get away with the mission. Or get away with it.
And I'm back.
Welcome back.
I can turn on my chat maybe to get updates on it.
We could take our badly wounded Polaris and go fight.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, it probably would not go well.
I think my favorite missions were actually, I haven't done any in a while, but they were, I always loved Xeno Threat and the Siege of Orson, for different reasons. So I like Xeno Threat because there was lots of things to do, and you could do so many, because just like doing you could do a lot of your dogfighting in a small ship, but then and for a while that's what I did, and then for one of them I got really into getting into the cargo ships and getting all those boxes off, and that ended up, I had a lot of fun with that because that was a totally different kind of play thing to do because there's more FPS and running around inside those starfarers. And then the Idris fight was always fun, and then that's when I went, at least one or two of them I had Eclipse, and that was really fun because I would just like go in for like a dumbfire torpedo runs. We just like fly into the Idris and kind of crop dust it with torpedoes. There's nothing more fun than that. But the Siege of Warson I had lots of fun, and that's probably the one of the few times in Star Citizen where I played with random people. So I'd go over to the Siege of Orson and I'd actually make sure my mic and everything was on and working, which I normally don't care about. But then I would, on going from the first platform out to the second platform, that's normally where I met up with people, waiting for the shuttle. And you join into just a random party, and then go out, and then you go all the way to the end.
The last time Siege of Orison was up, when it did work, there's just so many damn pirates, or rather grafers, that they were taking the Xenothreat side, and yeah, you just go there and there's just tons of guys just there to stop you from killing Xenothreat.
I was the most embarrassed was I was in that kind of maze at the end where you're hunting for the the last boss in that maze of containers, and I was in there hunting for him, and one of the other people on that final platform found him, killed him, and so then that timer starts where you have to leave. So, and one of the hardest parts of that part of the game was you had to get someone, because the ship you came in always got destroyed, and you're hoping. In fact, what I started doing is riding in the bigger ships that had the tanks in them, and you would just ride the tank out as a parachute device to get onto the platform, because the ship wouldn't last that long with all the turrets. At the end, you had to kind of coordinate to have someone on the other platforms come out, and like in one of the Pisces, to pick up players out on that final platform to just ferry them back. And so Pisces came out, and they were waiting for me, and I couldn't find my way out of the maze.
Once you get deep in there, it's actually really hard to get out of the.
Well, I kept coming in. I
cargo
kept making
maze.
this big circle, and I kept coming up because there's one part I kept recognizing, and I realized I had gone around in a big circle, got right back to the place I was, and finally I just told them, like, go ahead and leave. I'm just gonna have to backspace. But I was so embarrassed that because they were like, "Have you found your way out yet?" And they're like, "Nope. I think I'm getting closer."
I mean, if you like the Siege of Orison stuff, because that was that FPS, the contested zones in Pyro are very similar, in the sense that you're just in this long kind of linear but with multi-branching pathways. Yeah, Line of Mine was cool because you'd had a lot of different locations you could go to on the surfaces. And the contested zones were neat because you have to get keys to open different parts, right? So you have to find a key to get into the next stage and the next stage, and some of them are in different locations around Pyro. So it kind of pays off over a couple of weeks to get all the keys together.
I think I like the Siege of Orson just because it was nice and big with those different platforms, and there was lots of people and stuff running around, so it felt really active. And in fact, one thing that I always wanted to do, which we were never able to do, I wanted to put AU up on one of the rooftops with the sniper rifle, and then have another little squad of us running around with AU being your guardian angel from above, taking out people that were sneaking up on us with the sniper. But then you're having a 2 or 3 man squad down on the ground where you're machine gunning, but then had people with med guns that could bring you back up quick if you got dropped.
I feel like AU is just as likely to drop me in the first place.
That's true. Every time we've played with him recently, Kraig, he shoots us in the legs. Including sometimes that I think are genuinely by accident, which makes it really funny.
Well, I was impressed with AU once when we were at that. In fact, it was Quade, AU, and I out on that platform where you reset your frame stat.
Oh yeah, the
security station.
Yep.
I forget its name, but we went out there, and AU and I went in, and for some reason Quade was outside. I think you got shot on the outside, and I came out to heal you, and the people that were, there fighting us, um, injured me, but I got out alive and healed myself back in the, you know, I got back into the building. But I was impressed with AU was just mowing. Both Quade and I ended up getting knocked out, but AU ended up like taking out everybody by himself.
Yeah, he's pretty quality. He's got those young man reflexes still.
Yep. He's the youngest of all of us.
The last time I went to Korea,
Born and raised on video games.
which I think it was an event or whatever,
Yeah,
but
Korea.
like I'm a generally very peaceful player. Like I will avoid PvP before I engage in it purposefully.
Yep.
And like in Pyro's a little different. Like if I see a person, I'll just shoot them because they're just as likely to shoot me anyway. But like you don't know that in Stanton. And some guy like was there clearing his crime stats. So I was like, "Oh, hey, buddy, like we're just here doing a mission. Like ignore us." And he like turns around and kills me. And you know, somebody like I think I downed him at the same time he downed me or something. And so Kenai comes up and heals me, and I'm like, "Hey, let's get this guy up and talk to him and see." And Kenai just turns, he's like, "Quade, no, that's stupid," and he just like unloads his machine gun into this guy's head. It's just like, he's like, "What are you doing, Kraig? He just killed you. Like, what are you thinking?" And I'm like, "No, we could be friends." So I don't know. I like to pretend like I could be in this game, and it's like a more competitively PvP oriented person, but like it's just not in my nature to care enough to like want to fight everybody. I go out to these OLP sites and look for gear, and if like there's other players there, like I usually just hide out and wait until they leave. Like I don't want to like sit around and shoot them, and then they come back and drop a bomb or whatever else might happen, or call friends, and then
Yeah, I'd rather do like I
Hey,
want
Quade,
really
can you do me a
challenging
favor?
PvE,
Yep.
but I don't.
Go to the pilot seat and toggle exterior.
will do.
Thanks. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think I'm the same way. I went really hard PvE, but I'm not as interested in PvP.
Yeah, it should be opening everything.
Even if the targets are easier.
Maybe.
Let me check.
No, I don't see. Let me try it again. There it goes.
Yep, that's good.
Yeah, cause like the jump down events, I never really got into.
We did it once, I think. Were you with us, Kraig, or was it after you had left us?
Yeah, probably because I think one of the few times I tried it, I was all excited. I wanted to go out with a sniper rifle and be on the outskirts. But I ended up, it took me like 2 hours to almost get to the position I wanted, and I ended up dying for like a game bug type issue within like yards of where I wanted to be. I saw someone doing it on a video, and there was like some rocks around the outskirts that had like little overhangs, so you could nestle up underneath this overhang and be almost invisible from the air. So if there was an orc flying around, looking for people, they wouldn't see you, and you could just pick off people. I thought, oh, this will be fun because it was one of the few chances to use a sniper rifle in the game that. There wasn't too many NPCs outdoors. In fact, there weren't any.
Speaking of, I think you'll like distribution centers.
Yeah,
They're big enough to justify that rifle.
I've got in Microtech, I've got the distribution center missions unlocked for the lawful ones. We can do a couple of those.
Yeah. Okay, that was on my when I was doing just some like random chores around the house this afternoon. I was trying to think of things to do tonight. That's why I thought Pyro might be fun, and the other thing was at the distribution center, just because I had the sniper rifles that you got me yesterday. Then I thought, oh, we just did PV. Yeah, PV. It'd be nice to you know, try out some other little activity. Because for me,
Yeah.
it's like every activity in the game is new right now.
I can move us up. Actually, are you able to...
Don't
Yeah, I'll wait
move.
till you're done loading. Um, instead, I'll regale you with our one jump town
It'll s-
story.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll wait till you're ready, Mantis.
Clear my mind.
The only time we did it, I think it was actually kind of like this. It was like me, Al, and Brevity were playing. I think he and I had been there earlier, and we were doing, I think, actually some hull scraping. And he had to log off for the night, so we were back, and it was like, well, we could play like a couple more hours. And Algold was like, let's take my cutter to Jumptown, right? Because he's just got a cutter. And so we put the PTV golf cart in the back, and we had him come in low so we could drive the golf cart out while he was still flying.
Use a parachute.
Yeah, and so it worked. The golf cart's wheels came off, so we couldn't actually drive it after that, but it didn't blow up. And so Brevity and I were on the ground. Algold got shot down like immediately after that. So we're sprinting like, I don't even know, 5 kilometers to the Jumptown thing in like the pitch cold. And then Algold comes back
Alright,
in the
clear.
cutter, somehow manages to avoid fighting, and so we just kind of like camped out there and just shot everybody. And somehow nobody like found us. And so like we would go in, clear the building, and just like it was a great time. Like people would come in and land their ships, and like 3 or 4 guys would get out, and we would just be there waiting as the ramp came down, just standing there with our guns out and shoot them down. And it was like, are you not paying attention? Like, what do you like? We're not skilled at this. And then another guy came down in his, I think in his arrow after I'd killed him. He came back to get his stuff, and I was there looting his body when he landed on his body under a spotlight. He landed inches away, so close that the thrust from his ship knocked me over. And then I just stood up, stood back. He got off out of his thing, and he just knelt right down in front of me and started looting his own body. So I shot him again, and he goes in chat, and he's like, these fucking invisible players you can't see. And I'm like, so I turn around, I'm like, Algold, am I invisible? He goes, no. And he shoots me, and I'm like, he's like, yeah, I can see you. It's like, all right. And in the end, we managed to get like an MSR load of drugs out of there, most of which we didn't even move ourselves. We had just like stolen from these other
Let him do it.
players who had, yeah, kind of moved them. And that was our one crime spree.
But I
That
bet
was-
he was right. There was some bug that he couldn't see you. You're probably wearing one of those like orange armor sets, and
I was absolutely wearing orange armor, yeah.
he didn't have like texture for it or something. So
Yeah, he's colorblind. I don't know.
No, but I think it's not like a standard texture because it's one of the like special special suits you can't get in game. Maybe he had like a texture problem and you were invisible.
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, that's why I was like, I almost felt bad, right? But that's the thing is, I believed him, and I made sure somebody checked that I was visible. That's how I am,
You
right?
had your texture loaded.
If I somehow manage to be winning at PvP and somebody accuses me of cheating, I will actually believe them first. Be like, oh, was I cheating?
And just the way you described it, it would be too hard to make that mistake unless you're just an idiot. But that means you wouldn't be able to fly there if you were that stupid.
I mean,
Yeah,
there have been bugs with invisible players where others can see them.
right.
and
Yeah,
others
I've
can't.
heard those have
Yeah.
happened.
Well, that's so normal in video games because I'll get like invisible rifles and stuff like that where you can't see certain equipment in a video game because of some kind of just graphical problem. Yeah, it used to happen like in Fallout 4 all the time.
I mean, maybe all 3 of us were invisible then, because we just kind of machine gun guys down all the time, just at the foot of their ramps. They just come walking out of their ships, and we shoot them. All right, let's keep going.
But it reminds me of like the problems I used to have in Star Citizen with when I had the graphics card with the more limited video memory. I had situations like those shopping terminals where none of the armor or clothing sets would, paint on the screen, just because I had run out of texture space. So I'm thinking
Mm.
that
I mean, that still happens, and I've got like 16 gigs.
so
Yeah,
I
well, I'm
was
thinking-
invisible.
Well, I'm thinking exactly that because he had never
You probably
encountered
were.
he had never encountered a player with that subscription armor. And so when he encountered you, all of a sudden, it tried to allocate texture space. It didn't, and so it didn't render it. They said makes that armor pay to win, Quade. You're the problem.
Oh, I know, I absolutely am the problem.
You're the problem, but part of the secret of PL Hangouts.
Like, the reason we're not scraping an Idris right now is not for lack of trying. It just didn't... It just wasn't fast enough.
So, if I still have subscriber next week, I will have an Idris to play with.
Ooh.
It's like
You
next
gonna-
week or the week after.
You gonna do an aftermarket K-kit or anything like that?
Oh, no, it's part of the subscriber thing. Like, we get a lot of new ships
Oh.
the first week they come out.
Oh, that's awesome.
But this time they've confirmed that they're waiting till after Invictus to let the subscribers get it this time.
Oh, well, great. We'll play with the... We'll have dual Idrises. Imagine the insurance fraud we could do.
Yeah. Actually, I'm surprised we haven't been trying to sync up with Sun at all.
He basically doesn't play. He checks back
Oh,
in every
he
so
just-
often. He has some
Yeah.
org
Plays the
mates who
pledge score?
play. But he said he almost
Yeah.
never logs in.
Yeah, he said the game's still not playable to his standards yet.
Mm.
Because
Yeah,
asking him
okay.
if he started getting his team together, and he says he has players in mind for his team, but he said the game is not ready for that level of play yet.
I mean, I think his group, right, like, he goes back to really old, like, WoW guilds and stuff that have been around for ages, that are, like, world first type things. Like, real competitive guilds.
Yeah, he was in like what EA marketing, wasn't that what his?
I don't know, like, he knows Leroy Jenkins in person. Like, as a human. Like,
Yeah, he was.
that level of,
I
like, he knows, like, the meme people that are making fun
he
of
was,
the
like,
guild that
he was-
he's in.
He was pretty high up in I think EA but like in their like more like their partnership marketing. So he only dealt with kind of
Well, yeah, he set up, like, a lot of their
Like,
conferences and stuff, right? Like, their big
Yep.
shows they would do. So he would
he
travel
was
a
always
lot.
like.
Yeah.
He was like he wasn't from the United States, but he lived in San Diego, but you'd go to all like the European conferences.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck was
Yeah,
that?
so he was like really entrenched in the whole gaming world, both for business and play.
Quite over here, genius.
What is that noise? Oh, is Dooley telling
That's
you
the
to get
mission.
in the fight? Yeah.
Oh yeah,
It's like,
getting
I didn't take the new one. Is this one actually progressing, or is it broken again?
it's 0-6.
Okay.
I think people are
Like,
actually doing it this time.
Oh, I opened up chat to see if people were talking. Funny, you think the pyro is more hazardous. I don't see people talking about it.
Well, my other
can't imagine
Polaris should be
people would.
off of cooldown.
Oh yeah, but now, yeah. It takes about an hour to eat this thing.
So you said there was 10,000 in SCU, so we're coming up on $1 million. Is that right? If we get to 100 SCU, like
Yeah.
100
The hardest part is going to be actually selling it.
Quite over here, genius.
like I said, it's kind of money in the bank. You can just store it now and sell it in little chunks as you need it.
I mean, worst case, I sell it at one of the other locations that at least has demand. Those will be at least 8,500.
Yeah. Oh, Mantis, I wanted to ask, are the Mole and the Prospector still doing the thing where you can double up on the bags?
I believe they patched that.
Ah, that's too bad.
Yeah.
I wanted my 96 SCU Prospector.
Yeah, people were getting the mole up to like over 200.
Yeah, that's so
So
crazy.
you can
Like
put
226
mold bags
or
on a
something.
prospector.
You
Yes.
can, yeah.
In fact, both my prospectors have mole bags right now.
But you could stack multiple bags on each slot. So you
Yep.
could get, I think, 3 or 4 per slot.
Oh, in fact, that's a question I had because before you'd land with the quant timer going, and you have to run and sort your ship quick. So how do you do that with the bags now?
I
like,
believe the
still have,
bags
like,
will still cause your ship to explode. It's
is-
just you
is
won't have the timer.
longer?
Well, the timer's now 25 minutes. But still, like, general rule of thumb is if you pick up quant, it's time to leave.
I can't remember how much time we used to because I
But
had it pretty
there's
down. So I normally had like 5 minutes to spare. I remember it only being like 10 minutes because I could.
it was
had a
15.
break- Okay, yeah, that's right. I knew there was a certain point where I had to leave if I was filled or not, but I almost never got into that situation. But if I remember like the part I worried the most was I'd land at one of the pads, and then I'd be waiting for the elevator, and sometimes you'd get that long wait for the elevator to come pick you up. And it's like, come on, come on.
So,
So
there
you
are
kind of store
two
your
new.
ship with all the bags on it. You don't have to unload the bags with the tractor beams. You just kind of store the ship and then go to the refinery, and it just takes it off your storage ship. Still the same way.
Hmm?
So I was thinking, 'cause if you had to try to unload the quant bags with the tractor beam onto the freight elevator, that might take a whole bunch of time.
It's better to just refine it directly from the ship.
Yep.
You do have to store the ship for some reason, but it's fine.
And so I spent a lot of time out in the asteroids with my prospector doing quant mining. It was a real chill, the thing I like to do kind of late at night when I was just relaxing. That's probably where I made like most of my money in Star Citizen.
So they have new in Pyro. There's 2 new mining minerals that we can get, or on the high end. There's 2 new. There's Stellaron and Ricite, whatever. Damn. But they're so the Ricite sells for like 11 to 13 thousand per. The Stellaron sells for like 21,000, somewhere between 17 and 21,000.
Like almost
per
quant,
SKU.
quant levels.
Exactly.
Oh.
The point is, it's rare. It's actually more rare than quant, but yeah, it's a nice payday when you find it. You can only find it in Pyro though, and then you have to bring it back to Stanton to sell it.
Oh, so like a big journey.
Yeah, but it's worth it.
Like Pyro is probably closer than the way I imagined it now. So I've never been there, and it was always kind of mythical when I was playing. It used to be sold as a place that was really
move
far
us up.
away that I wasn't sure that that even my like medium-sized ships would make it without like several refueling stops on the way there, and then
They increased our fuel tanks.
yeah. So I think I'm probably underestimating or overestimating the difficulty it presents.
Yeah, it's not really a. The issue is that there's no crime period there, or no crime reporting. So
Yeah,
It's only
if you run into
crime.
players,
I think I was
yeah.
too.
So
I watched Quade on 2 live streams. That's what he was saying is that the whole mentality of playing is different. 'Cause he said in Stanton, you kind of you can ask questions and look around. He said Pyros, if I ever see a player, I just gun him down immediately.
a lot of people have been were saying that Pyro's actually safer, because
It's lower pop.
generally, well, because there's the risk that people will shoot you. Um, Folks try to like signal like, "Hey, I'm not going to shoot you" or something. But otherwise,
Yeah, I've
yeah,
heard
it's
that.
generally
Like
known, right?
if they come up and their weapon is not drawn and they have their flashlight going, right? Like
Yeah,
I don't I don't even wait for that. Like
Well, that's
you just
because
gun
I
them
saw
down.
well, I was exploring a settlement, right? And like there was a ship out there that had been left behind, and like I was going to go and see if I could get into it and scavenge from it because my ship had been blown up by turrets or something, I forget. And when I left the building I was searching to go back to this ship, I saw a guy on the landing pad trying to get into it like I was planning to do. And so I just started like I'm not going to wait and find I mean I'm going to be like, "Hey buddy," or like try to get his attention.
yep.
You know, I'm just like, "No,
Let's work
I'm just going to
together
shoot
and
him."
get this ship out.
Yeah, I was just like, "No, I'm just going to shoot him." But then he was inside the shield and got away. And so then the
Oh
rest of the
no.
time was like, "Ooh, where is he? Can we get away?" And he like we found him later and he like had gotten into the little mule trucks that are left around there, and so he was like driving away on a mule, and
No,
it's
okay.
like this
Yeah, became
whole
this big mystery.
yeah,
Like,
it's kind of great actually. It's like this little like I could not chill out because I was constantly expecting this guy to turn up and kill me.
and it was weird because he drove away in a direction, and then so later on we went in that direction. I think we found his damaged ship because there was
Yeah,
a. But then we knew he had to still be there. But then it was like, yeah, how long do you? Because at one point you figure, he's just gonna backspace out of there because there was no way out, which is what Kraig was trying to find. But I think you actually got in the mule, and we drove to like a
another
whole
base,
different,
yeah,
yeah, or two, maybe
to
even two
from
of them.
Yang's place to the other one that's next to it. Yeah.
But anyway, never found any ship to steal. But that was our whole goal: is to find some poor slob, murder him, and then take his ship.
Yeah, I mean, I
So I
think
just realized something scary.
yeah.
Uh, your PDCs are tracking us. It turned away from me, and then I went to go salvage it, and the PDC turned back around. It's like, oh, as
It's,
soon
I
as I
mean,
get fucking power, you are dead.
it's fully powered down, so hopefully it's not gonna.
Oh yeah, otherwise I would be dead.
You want to experience the misfortune of the misfortune.
Yeah,
Oh, those little point defense guns here on the Polaris.
Yeah.
yeah. They shoot small ships and mediums.
Up to size 3 or whatever, right?
Yeah, like they don't shoot larges, but yeah, they will destroy. They're It's like getting shot by a fucking hammerhead. And they track so much better than a hammerhead.
I haven't seen anything about those new missile point defenses they've got on the A or the T or whichever version.
I've heard
I mean, I saw them
they're a
at
thing.
the
I don't
show,
know
right?
of
I saw
anyone that's
the
actually used them.
yeah.
I honestly don't know why you'd use them unless they're infinite ammo.
Yeah, that's I don't know either. I'd like to see some testing on like, is there an advantage there? Is it
I
just
know some
something they
folks with them.
thought that was cool and so they just made it without thinking it through?
In fact, I see some folks on right now that would have it.
I mean, unless it's more of a like anti-ship setup, right?
Well, the whole point of PDCs is that they're supposed to take out missiles. That's their primary purpose.
Right.
Missiles and torps. But they also take out small ships.
Well, that's kind of what I'm wondering is like maybe the missile version is gonna shoot those small ships down a little bit at a longer range, at a little better. I don't know.
God, it's not like they need help. They're deadly.
So the other one, the last Polaris mission just failed. There's a new
Oh,
one.
did it?
So that means that they're not DPSing it down enough and it escapes, right? Probably is what's going on.
Maybe, I don't know.
I just signed up for a new one.
I'm not bothering.
Yeah, I don't think it matters.
I don't want the damn AI like talking in my ear.
I'll let you hear it through me then. Because that 30 script, well, that gives
Come
me
on,
3
we can do
times
it, guys.
what I have
Combat
right now.
Reclaimer.
Oh. I just watched it turn around to face y'all. And it's back to me.
That'd be a great punishment for insurance fraud, though. If you have a ship with PDCs, the game recognizes that you own it, and you're just scraping it for no reason. And it's like, power on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and we're all banned. Sorry, Kraig.
Honestly, mining would be more money efficient than what we're doing right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing some mining. I have a prospector, I have a mole.
I've
I
got
haven't
multiple
pulled
moles.
them out in a while.
They're both set up, fully good to go.
I have nothing.
That's
You
fine.
have the meta ship.
You have friends. That's what you have.
Yeah, I'm excited for when we can share ships with our orgs, because I think that'll be a nice way to spread some of that around and like, okay, prospector set up, it's available for anybody in the org to
Yeah.
take it out and use it. You know,
I am
especially
a little sad that it's probably going to be primary org.
yeah.
And so it's going to be whichever one I have as my primary. Which, yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Although I have been considering leaving my current org, or at least setting them as affiliate again. Because they love push talk channels. And I vehemently hate forced push talk channels. Not to do with push talk itself, like push talk's fine. The issue is how Discord handles it. Because Discord forces, like, in order to talk in a push talk channel, having push talk set up isn't good enough. You have to switch to push talk mode. Now whenever you go to another
Yep, that's a
channel,
global setting.
yeah, it's stuck, and you have to go dig it out in the global settings. I was like, no, give me an easy way to switch back.
Yeah, in fact, I avoided voice in games for a long time. Just I hated the whole experience of it.
Oh,
Even like
hearing
most of
someone
my
chewing.
even most of my elite game is I never did voice. It was just because Slack didn't offer it.
My first time doing voice with Elite, because I've been in ADC for months, and then Andolin's like, hey, we do this,
Yeah.
we do Undermining Fridays and whatnot, and we kick on the music bot and etc.
Yep. He had the
And,
whole radio station.
Yeah, oh god, he loves his radio. Although recently he's gotten upset with me because he's figured out that I mute it. Because sometimes Andolin likes some obscure music. He loves experimental shit.
Well, and in fact, because he was one of my favorite players early on, because I met, it was one of like the first players I met like back in like 2015, so I really liked him. But then I noticed over the years, as I got to know him more, he's a real like control freak.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
it
he is.
seemed to go his way, and it has to go his way, and there's no talking him out of it.
Oh, we've toned him back out some of it. Because he finally pissed off some folks enough. Some of the newer folks that lead Grom really don't like him. They made it pretty clear. Because they would hop in voice. Shit. Envoy of Goats. It was. And, yeah.
Well, he gave me this big lecture that lasted like months because was it Sun had done something and Sun had told me what was what was going on. So I was in the loop, and Anlin wasn't in the loop. But he at that point he considered himself the leader of AD, even though not many
He wasn't
people
even
thought-
remotely.
Yeah.
He was a figurehead.
So he'd gone into one of the Imperial chats and was piping off about whatever happened that he didn't know anything about, and then it finally came out, what the truth was, and he figured out that I had known about it and he didn't, and he was furious, and we argued about it. Every time we got on a voice chat, it came up, and he was saying, you personally embarrassed me. How do you think I felt like a fool? It's like,
Yeah, too bad.
And I should care because
Yeah, like
You're the one
OPSEC
that
is
chose to
OPSEC.
open your mouth. Yeah.
But in fact, that's how I got into voice in ED. Because he forced you couldn't fly in his undermining wings without voice. That was mandatory.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I
It was mostly so you could help enjoy the music.
Well, then I told him I like to undermine by myself because it was this kind of a chill thing I could do by myself. And then he would insult me all the time, saying, that for every ship that you destroy by yourself, it could be 4 times that much if you're in a squadron.
Yeah,
It's
he
like,
loves
but-
helping people.
But then I would do like more than a week than the ADC squadron would because I was a dedicated player. I was using the Kian specially designed undermining ship. I forgot what it was. He designed this like perfect undermining ship for solo undermining.
Was it the Anaconda?
No, it was a smaller ship, but it had like a specific like set of weapons and equipment on it that it was just totally optimized for undermining. But more for solo because I'd take it out in the Anlin group and it still performed well, but it wasn't set up with all the other ships that you would have there as part of a squadron.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, because with solo you can just play on your own schedule, and you can sometimes I'd have something going on my second monitor that I could be watching at the same time as you were like waiting for things to cycle. And when you're doing his squadron, he had that that really tight regiment where you had to go with ships in a specific order, and there was one guy that was going to be calling which ship you had to shoot at, and you had to make sure you had to get at least one shot in before it was destroyed, and it became like more stressful than fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I get the efficiency trade-off, but sometimes, like, you're playing a game for reasons other than efficiency, and that's one of the main reasons you play a game, is you don't want to do something efficient with your life right now.
Move on to the next
Yep.
point.
And sometimes like I enjoy like the teamwork aspect of that. So every once in a while I would join the squadron because I wanted that kind of gameplay where you wanted to be tightly coordinated and feel like you're part of a well-oiled machine. But other times you didn't, and then that's when you say,
there's a
okay,
reason
cool,
PL is the way it is, right? And like,
Yep, exactly.
part of it is like we are just the anti-organization, the anti-efficiency, like really flat hierarchy. Like there's just no.
Well, like in
it's
PL, it's like everyone, when you get into org, everyone wants to ask for admin privileges. In PL, you ask if you could not have them. That makes you
It's
sad.
I don't need 3 channels that we don't allow Iraqi in. Yeah. That's like, we just have had so many years of channel creep and just like adding channels, changing them, and like I don't know. I wish there was a way I could go back and audit the name of the history of some of the channels we have. Yeah, there's gonna be some pretty good, like, wait, this used to be a channel devoted to BGS. Wait, this used to be a channel that was for undermining. Wait, these were our embassy channels where we were gonna, you know,
Swinging around back.
talk with all these other powers. Alright, I don't think I closed anything. It should still be.
Yeah, it still is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it. Like when I get on Discord like that, where you have like the channel Nazis, where you mention thing that's outside the the scope of the channel, they immediately get on it. Becomes like a 10-minute argument in the channel about how you posted something that wasn't.
I don't think I'll ever understand why you people.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you have to do it if you need the scale, right? Like, if you need...
The number of times I said, hey, take it random.
Yeah.
But I was supposed
But
to
that's
do
why I
that.
like the AU's attitude. Is like every channel is random. Shut up.
I don't know who she's trying to convince. If she honestly
Yeah, but I mean, look, like, you have a group of people where you have, what, maybe 30 members, and everybody's been playing together for a year or more, right? It's like, all right,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter, right? But now it's like, oh wait, we need to have 2,000 members. It's like, okay, I guess we have to have channel discipline now. All right.
Well, otherwise, no one pays attention.
Yeah, it's all a big mess, right?
And sometimes it's just organic. Like just recently, like in the politics channel, some guy started talking about your Linux editors, and then a little discussion happens, and a couple of days later, and someone comes on. It's like, hey, I just, I got this other one, and since that's the place you were talking about it, it seemed like the right place to put it as a little follow-up message, even though it has nothing to do with what the channel says it's supposed to be there for.
Well, that's this server.
Yeah, that's us. That's just...
I'm pretty sure if you tried to enforce channel discipline, a point will be made to increase the randomness.
Yep.
Yes.
How dare you care?
I mean, and that's like, we have channels for discussing different media properties, right? So like Star Wars, Marvel, whatever is like all on the Disney Channel. But like we pretty much never talk about it there, or like when we do, it just goes in. And then we have another channel that's for like Amazon and HBO Max, and it's the Dragon one, right? So it's like House of the Dragon, Wheel of Time, like the fantasy series. And it's just like, it doesn't work. We tried. Like, we tried to have a place where you could talk about it and be spoilery, and it's like, it didn't matter. We just talk about what they want, where they want.
What I love is that general only gets used whenever someone news in the server.
Yeah, otherwise we just post
Like,
our
that's
little, like,
rapid.
games we're doing.
It's Raplet doing his 3 daily posts in there.
Yeah.
Of those 3 little puzzle games he plays every day.
They're pretty good. I was doing it for a while, and then it started getting repetitive. Like, I started to see the same stuff again, so I got rid of them. But I guess they updated it now, and there's more.
Yeah, I remember because it was kind of a thing that was starting just as I was leaving PL. Like a couple of people were playing them, and
Yeah, like Wordle and all that stuff.
yeah. And I almost got one just because of people were posting their things. Enough people were doing it, and then when I got back on Discord, Rapid's still holding it out. But it used to be like AU, Trinity, a bunch of people would be posting what they got each day. G Swine, but then now
All
it's
right.
like Raplet, and then
I don't know where this other 21% is.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
It's like in between the engines. Don't worry about it.
that's fine.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to abandon this ship. I'm going to power it down as well. We'll eat it. So we can have 2 ships to eat.
All right.
Where
I'm
the hell
gonna
are you going?
get hydrated.
You should do that.
Oh, here's a new thing: ship health 99% in the Hunt the Polaris.
Yeah, UEN capital ship protected. Interesting. What's the UEN capital ship? Idris?
Who knows? It might be another Polaris.
Oh, look at
I
chat.
guess if they're getting that far, I'll go ahead and join the mission again.
Here's someone talking about anyone doing the Polaris
fight's over
need a
here,
turret gunner.
genius.
Yeah, so people are asking for turret gunners and stuff. Oh yes, I saw more about the that Blade controversy. I guess it's going out to some of like the gaming magazines and stuff. I saw Salty Mike update today where he was going through the kind of more mainstream media gaming magazines are picking up on it and writing articles about it.
It always annoys me.
About the greed of Star Citizen.
I know, it's like a trope
Well,
at this point.
Yep.
They love writing about Star Citizen's greed. Every time the Legatus pack gets updated, they cry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, in most cases I don't care about it because I figure, in fact, I almost
fight's
enjoy the
over
fact
here,
that other
genius.
people can fund a game that I want to have finished, and someone's got to pay for it. So
Mm-hmm.
I like to have a vehicle to get money in, so this game that I like can get better.
Well, it's usually them, like, it's usually jealousy towards, like, hey, yeah, no, Star Citizen is, like, arguably one of the most successful games of all time, even though it's not even done. But financially, it's doing really good.
Yeah, but I had to kind of blink twice when these like AI blades were like $20 a pop. Yeah, that's like half the price of a starter ship.
Yeah.
Or an AI blade that only goes in starter ship level ships. So you're paying half the price because it only goes into like it goes. You can buy one for the Argo cargo.
I can't put away this multi-tool.
And I can't open this door. I think we're in a server error.
Where the hell are
Yeah.
you going?
That's the I was thinking, what's this mission marker? It's the Polaris mission marker.
Here we
Yeah, frame rates are frozen.
go. Alright, Kraig, come over here, get in the co-pilot seat.
Let me get out.
Oop, I guess that capital ship died.
You all deal with the CDF. Meet at the rendezvous.
Come on, get on my seat.
Polaris is on the move.
Oh, I might not be able to get out of my seat.
Yeah,
Send them
the
out.
server's... Oh, yeah. No, I'm
Oh, wait.
looking at
Yeah,
it's
I'm getting out
0.3.
now. I'm getting out
Fight's
now.
over here, genius.
Yeah, the server's starting to die.
Actually, it
Yeah.
might be recovering because I can now.
Yeah, we'll just give it a second.
Yeah.
Because the Polaris seems like it's going through some milestones.
Where the
so
hell are
maybe
you
that's-
going?
I don't know if we're
Yeah, we got
on
a
the
lot
server
of-
with it, though. I mean, there's 97, so maybe we are. I don't know how they have the servers divided up now.
Yeah.
Well, I'm getting a lot of communications from that Polaris mission. I'm getting a lot of like.
Well,
Facebook-
you're going to get that period if you're in the system.
Yeah, well, bandwidth in is still kind of crazy high, but we'll let that settle, and then frame rates are coming
That's-
back up.
Not crazy high compared to what they've been. I've seen it get up to like 25 megabit,
Wow.
and it'll sustain there. Alright. So, Kraig, power on that station?
Oh wait, I was looking at the. Yeah, I'm getting like 15 Sur SPS now.
Yeah, it's
Power
fixing
on.
itself.
It's getting better.
All right, I'm powered on.
Cool. Hit M.
M. Arm
And,
deploying.
Look down.
Nice.
Fight's over here, genius.
I present the extendo dick. Alright, by default, it will be in fracture mode. Fracture mode will full death the ship and hopefully rip it apart, but for the most part, it's going to be one piece.
Let me turn off the console stuff so I can see better.
Quade, can you go ahead and start unloading the rear so that we'll have room?
Do I have to do anything? Oh, fracture mode. Yep. I
Yeah.
see that.
Go ahead and activate it.
Oh, just
Yep.
Alright.
Where
Yep.
the hell are you
Sorry.
going?
On my way back.
You're good.
I don't have to aim it or anything. It's blinking green now. Oh yeah, fracturing.
All right, we're good. You might see a progress bar. There we go. I'm starting to see the
Maybe I-
effects.
Yeah, I'm seeing effects off the claw, and I gotta. Oh yeah, there's a progress bar.
Here we go. If you look at the Pileus, you'll start seeing some shimmering.
Where the hell are you going? Genius.
640.9 SCUs,
Yeah, we're not gonna be able to pick it all up.
and we're at. It's about like 7 o'clock on the little progress bar going around the clock.
All right. So if you look at the ship itself, you'll notice it's starting to get fuzzy in certain spots, especially if you look towards the bridge of the ship.
Even better if I use my bad eye.
Flight's over here, genius.
All right, we're at 11 o'clock on the.
Do you have a box size preference?
16s. Kaboom.
Boom.
Backing off. Alright. Now that that's done, let's go ahead and do the same to this one. I'm not going to bother scraping it. Go ahead. A lot faster.
Oh. Yeah, and the
Alright.
fuzzy display was much easier to see.
Yeah, go ahead and right click to go to disintegration mode and go ahead and munch this small ship. You should see some
Yep. Boom.
percentage levels. That's a modifier for like how much
Where
we're
the hell
gonna
are
get
you
out of
going?
it.
It's over here, genius.
Alright. How are we doing on storage space?
43 out of 240, going down quick.
Alright,
It
good.
was just at 50 and it just jumped down to. So that,
Yeah,
that's
There's,
Yeah, I'm pulling
Fights back there.
yeah, 16 out at a time.
target in field exceed available space in depot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because there's 716 out here and we have 240, max.
Flight's over
Alright, go
here,
ahead and
genius.
deactivate. Well, actually, I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're down to 27 out of 240, so you could probably pick up a couple more.
I'm trying to get these small ones.
Quade's unloading faster than you're munching.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
Where the hell are you going?
This is gonna remove all the evidence. No one will be the wiser.
Yep. Oh. Too far. Poof. Alright. Now then. Go ahead and turn it off.
Flight's
Just
over here,
primary fire?
genius.
Or left click.
I right clicked and went back to fracture mode deactivated.
Yeah, if you do right click, it's fracture. Go back to disintegration. Oh, actually, there's this big piece right in front of us. Alright. Go ahead and
Okay, turn it
fracture
on.
that. Alright, turn it off.
Alright.
Alright, let's wait for Quade to empty it back up.
Here, genius.
In fact, it's empty. We're 1.3 out of.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Go for it.
He's a madman down
Got
there.
word from one of my contacts that they spotted some frontier fighter ships around a suspected transient.
Yeah, I guess
checkpoint in
you,
Cairo.
like you were saying, you can
I
get the
think
bigger
that's where the
boxes now.
Libertas
Back
are
in the
headed.
day, it was like
Let's get over there.
the little 1 SU boxes were spitting out. Oh shit! I haven't been looking at my hydration.
Don't die.
I'm 33% and 29% on food. When we're done munching, I'll have to. I got a couple
Or
Bruises in my backpack ready to drink. Is there a med bay on this ship? I don't think so, right?
there is not. No.
Yeah, I don't remember one. You got to learn this ship pretty well because they used to have those missions to go out and get those like 3 damaged ones that were damaged in different ways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are those still in the game?
The ghost hull is still there. I don't know about the rest.
Yeah, not the crashed ones, but the ones that were up in like orbit that you have to like go in and solve puzzles.
Yeah, I haven't seen Black Kite in a while.
Oh yeah, that was one of them. Black Kite. They were kind of
Because
fun.
that was a fun mission, but yeah.
Well, especially the first time you did it, because you had to, it had a couple of weird things that you had to get through that were like keys. Because there's that like one guy that was up in a
There we
box
go.
that was like hanging from the ceiling on a little crane, and there was like a parquet kind of puzzle of how do you get up there and get in there to get this key.
Do we have space?
Yeah, 0.3 out of 240.
What?
Yeah, we've got less. We've
Yeah.
got a 0.35 SCU of RMC.
But what about the CM? Did we not get anything from that?
I don't see any.
Huh. Well, that's a bug.
Oh, because it was too big. Because it was like a. It said it was
We
like
should have been able to get it.
But it was like it was saying it was like a 700.
Yeah.
700.
We should have gotten 240.
Yeah, it should fill. At least take it to the whatever it can fill. That's
So
too
we'll
bad.
have to file that as a bug. It's equally likely that they did that on purpose.
Yeah.
Which is BS.
Well, what about the little ship? Can you try to get that? See if it's.
Already did. Already did.
Oh,
Actually,
and
it doesn't seem.
Oh, are we not getting any CM at all?
Yeah.
I have
from
no.
this?
I have no
Yeah.
CM at all.
Well, and actually, that's what you're like. Your target yield was 0.63, and our depot is 0.3, and nothing changed. So nothing's going into the depot anymore.
Yeah, nothing has gone in.
'Cause I can see
Interesting.
I can see the target yields and nothing.
I mean, maybe the server's still being janky and we just gotta wait.
Maybe. Go ahead and hit M again.
Oh yeah, maybe if we recycle it, maybe
Oh.
like in overloading its capacity, we have to like recycle it and then it can pick up.
Well,
more.
no, because we should have gotten some of it. But we got none of it at all.
But like that big piece broke us, and then maybe if we recycle it, we can get more small pieces now. Are there any left?
No. No, that's
Alright.
it.
Yeah.
Oh well. That's kind of disappointing because that's like 300,000 worth that just disappeared, but whatever.
Yeah, it's too bad.
Alright, heading to Crusader.
Let me up-
I do love the Reclaimer. Such a
let
good
me get
ship.
up and have a quick drink.
Yeah,
Just
you
to
do
make
that.
sure I don't die.
I
like
need
an
to do it
idiot.
too.
That experience the other day made me think about how stupid that would have been to die, and I was so close. So close. to dying. Oh, that was a bad place to stand. I can get to a bigger room.
I forgot this was a drone bay. Remember that's
yeah,
a thing.
salvage drones.
Yeah.
Looking forward.
I figure if they're gonna, because the drones are doing the base building, so I'm guessing the salvage drones will be coming shortly thereafter, or as part of it.
Well, and the Carrack had those exploration drones.
Yeah.
That whole drone
Mhm.
bay. That
And
always
then there's the Vulcan.
Oh yeah.
So the Vulcan's one of the ships that I got in the same pack that gave me this. And that's gonna be fun.
Man, I love crewing a ship like
full-
this and doing industrial.
Yeah,
So,
right?
is the Vulcan gonna... Have they clarified more about how, like, repair, rearm, you know,
They haven't
that
said a
stuff?
damn word.
Yeah. Because I remember them saying, like, oh, on the Polaris you'll be able to do it, and then they kind of said, well, to clarify, you'll be able to do it manually. You know, there's no facilities
Well-
to do it, which is fine, you know. I can plug the hose in, I can, you know...
They've hinted that there will be a mini game that you have to actually successfully complete for the Crucible.
Mm.
Which that one's the full. That's the ship repair one. You can land a fucking medium ship on here and fully repair it.
I just want my Liberator. It's gonna be a great ship.
And the Ironclad's supposed to be able to repair vehicles.
Oh, that is it. The base one or the other Ironclad, the Assault? I forget which one.
Probably the Assault.
Journal entry added. What was that? I just saw something flash up.
Yeah, I don't know.
Entering Oh, is it maybe the first time I've entered the Crusader system? It said journal entry added, and then I thought it said something about Crusader.
Yeah, it could
I
be.
just saw that
Oh, is this your first time over at Crusader?
Well, I got wiped at 4.0, and I never played. I played like looks like 3.18 might have been the last version, because that's when my shaders were from. But I haven't played since like January of 2023 was the last time I played. So everything's brand new. As for me and my character in the game.
Alright, we are on approach to Orison.
Any updates to Orison? Or that was the newest system, so I'm guessing it's identical to when I left.
Not since you left, really.
What about the go-kart racing?
I believe it's still there. It's just on mouse keyboard, it's such a pain in the ass that I just don't bother.
It's janky.
Oh yeah.
Actually, they
Just
had.
like
I think they had the go-kart racing was brand new, but I thought it was in Area 18 in the convention center there.
oh, that's here. Here at Orison. Or at least a instance of it is over here. I've never seen the one over at Area 18.
Well, in fact, and it can't be there now because that's what it was in the same place as the.
It was in the Bevic Center? Yeah.
Yeah, it was. And I think it was just. It was kind of. It was like an event. It wasn't there like permanently, but it was. They're kind of showcasing it as because it was the first time it showed up.
Flip. 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 God damn it.
Yeah, you gotta love the big girl.
Does Lorville have a convention center?
They have a prison.
So what I'm really looking forward to. So Orison and Lorville both have this. The Chairman's Club.
Oh,
yeah, Quade
yeah.
took us in there. He took us to the one in Area 18. Had it with all the.
Well, so that one's the something Mile High Club or whatever.
Yeah, it's different from the
Oh, yeah.
chairman's one.
Yeah, that one's like a referral thing. Very few people can actually get in there.
In the chairman one.
So that one's not the Chairman's Club one.
No, which is the higher one? Is the chairman one should be the highest, right?
So the Chairman's Club one has never been open, but there's so many people with access to it anyways. But the one that's referral is like, shit, hundreds of referrals, if not thousands. And that's like the only way to get it. And only those people can open it up. But once they open it up, other people can enter and join them.
Yeah, I'm not really sure
know.
why I can enter, because I have 0 referrals.
Really?
Yeah,
You can?
Well, so this patch I couldn't because I tried, but I have in the past been able to, like, just click the button and it opens for me.
Interesting.
So
I know
Yeah,
they have mentioned
I thought
that.
you had it because it was like at one point it came, but you could also get it if you spent a certain amount on, like, you had to spend like
Oh yeah.
$1,000 in ships, and then you got in.
but I think that's the chairman's club, though, right? Because that's
Well, I think it was a certain level of it. I think you had to be a space marshal or above. But I don't think you're a space marshal, are you?
oh god, I don't
The
even know.
10K level?
Well, I think because I remember Quade came out at one point, it's like kind of like sheepishly kind of saying he did something bad, and then we were asking what, and he's like, "I'm too embarrassed to tell you."
That's
But then
probably
you
when I
took
bought the Polaris. Yeah.
but then you took us up into that club, and I think AU is he bought a whole bunch of garbage up there to place around.
Yeah, he did. As he should.
To decorate.
God, this thing is so slow.
We were asking you like, "What did you buy, Quade?" And he's like, "I'm not going to tell you."
Now I'm like, yeah, I would buy an Ingress. I don't even care
Now
anymore.
you're bragging
The,
about your
the
interest.
shame is gone.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. After seeing the Idris gameplay, like, the only thing I want it for is that hangar. I don't really care about it as a battleship or anything
Yeah,
else.
I have to say that I got intrigued with that hangar in that tour.
Because it'd be something like this tonight where we could have just put all the vultures and stuff in there and flown it out and done the salvage and loaded all the cargo on there. And, yeah, it's like,
Oh yeah.
there's just a lot of different cool ways we can make it work.
Yeah, because people were always trying to use like the A2 and M2 like that with that pass-through hangar, but you could
Yeah.
only do it with little snub fighters.
Alright, what's our preferred way for getting these boxes down?
You're gonna love this.
We're gonna
Alright,
we're
opening
doing
exterior.
it on the elevator? You want me to chuck it out the butthole, or what are we doing?
So, what you need to do is align them so that they go hot dog style down the, like, horizontal, down the butt chute.
Okay.
And just keep shoving them down there whether or not there's room or not. They will glitch, they will force each other through the butthole. And just fall down onto the ground.
We are the laxative the world needs.
It's a shame I don't have a, Atlas pulled out here. Oh well.
I can take this elevator down that. Do we have to tractor beam them all into the elevator?
Onto the freight elevator, yeah.
Yep. Oh, this is the slowest elevator ever. This little one-manner.
Oh, fix it, Quade.
Man, this is so little for what I was expecting to get.
I know.
Oh well. It is what it is.
Well, I think that's part of their insurance fraud nerf, right? It's like, yeah, just
Yeah.
scrape your own ships and get a bajillion.
I think it's a bug. But yeah, it was working for me for some other stuff. So, I don't know.
Oh, go down. Go down, be a good boy. There you go.
Yep. You got it.
Come on.
Drop it. Yes. And, yep, there goes one. Maybe two.
I came down here, so I'm gonna stand out of the way and start loading it. Wow, this is a big elevator. Maximum
Yeah.
120.
1120 or so.
Oh yeah, 1120.
It's 11:53.
I can see this thing kind of shitting out boxes out of its ass.
Yeah, let me move some of these little ones first, and then I'll get the last two big ones out of the way.
Let me get my big tractor beam out. No, that's the gun. There he is. It reminds me of that scene from that Ace Ventura
Oh,
movie,
God.
Nature Calls, when he had the
The
back of
rhino.
it. Yeah, his rhino. That is yeah, funny scene.
Mommy, look, it's giving birth. And
Yeah,
then
just
they're just
like
watching horrified as it gives
yeah,
birth
I
to a
was
man.
saying the expressions of that family really make it. But just the way he comes out with that oh,
Alright, just
and
double
then he's naked
checking.
too.
Yeah,
Alright.
He had to take
the
off all his
composite
clothes.
materials did not show up, so construction materials
Oh,
or
well.
whatever they are. Yeah.
That's disappointing. Whatever. We'll get a lot for this RMC.
Let me just make
So at
sure.
one point, RMC was like 1100. Oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That was not
What?
how I wanted that to be. Hold
You
on,
might
hold
need
on.
to
I have
pick up.
Yeah, I got a plan. Alright. Okay. I'm okay.
Are you alive?
We're all okay now.
Are you alive?
Yeah, I'm good. I just took like half health damage. That's alright.
Yeah, okay.
I used the tractor beam to slow my descent.
So you'll notice that some of these are stuck in place, right?
Yeah.
The solution is to close external, and that glitches them out.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of sparks are flying.
Why is this how they set
Yeah.
up this rear cargo hatch? Like, this is such a dumb...
Oh, they need to rework it.
I mean, obviously they did
But
it before
there's
they...
also a lot more that they need to rework anyways.
Yeah, before they physicalized cargo, so that's probably why. But...
Yeah, this is a damn old ship. Like it's been in
Yeah,
the
it
game
is.
so long and could do absolutely nothing. Start loading these little small ones on this side.
Yeah, the Atlas would make this really quick.
Yeah, something I still have to try.
Didn't they deactivate the Atlas tractor beam recently? Didn't they, like, turn the track... No? I thought I saw something
think
about how
so.
the Atlas tractor beam wasn't working right. Or maybe that was just during one of the PTU cycles.
I mean, it glitches out sometimes. It'll act like a regular tractor beam. But I know how to prevent it from doing that. Or rather, I know what's triggering it. If you grab a box from inside a ship while you're outside of it, it will do that. But as soon as you grab it again, it will act properly. So you grab it once, and then release it, grab it again, and then it pulls it towards you correctly.
Good to know.
Alright. I'm gonna head up to the bridge, and, yeah. You got everything out of salvage processing?
As far as I could tell, there wasn't any more composites or construction materials or anything, so I think it's just that sub 1 SCU bit of RMC.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the fact that there's no construction material in there at all is...
Yeah, that sucks. So that would be a nice little bonus.
Oh, it would have been a huge part of it. Now, granted, like, there's only so much we could have gotten out of the Polaris because most of it would have been in that main body, but still. We take some damage, heal some damage.
Yeah, I like this kind of gameplay. Plus, I love the Tetrasiness of cargo stacking.
All right, enjoy
Yeah,
this.
I kind of. At first, I thought, oh, this is gonna
Look
get
at that.
this is gonna get
Wow,
tedious.
that worked
but
very
then
well.
I've enjoyed all my cargo Tetrising. They're so good.
That's so funny. It just closes and opens and new pieces crap out.
Well, I was
Such a
watching
hilarious-
in third person. I saw
Yeah.
that some of them didn't get caught, so I did it again.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Making use of the bugs is a feature.
That is the purest Star Citizen experience there is.
I was wondering if I walked underneath that when you guys were shitting them out originally, if one fell on me, would I get damaged? I got knocked down by that when I was just loading like one SU boxes, and I backed it into me and it knocked me off my feet. And I was kind of backing down my cutter ramp with one end tractor. But it didn't injure me at all, but I figured one of these big boys might.
Alright.
I don't remember. There are a lot of weird things that can happen when you take knockdown effects from cargo, though.
You can take damage. And I've
That's
also
why
glitched inside them before and
Yeah.
died from it.
That's why I'm wearing my singularity armor to protect me from such a mishap.
I used to do it with the marshmallow armor, because I used to do a lot of mining on Aberdeen.
Yeah, I like that armor. Did they fix the damage bug with it, though, where it doesn't actually apply the damage mitigation?
I have no clue.
Yeah, because I was wearing that... I think actually it was a Novikov set, but I was wearing it, and then it was like, oh, okay. I still have 40% damage reduction. It's heavy armor. And it took like one shot, and it dropped me down to like 30% health. I was like, oh, this is not working. And I don't know, it'd been a bug for a while.
I want to ride the elevator.
It will just send you back up. Alright, clear the pad.
Clear?
Oh yeah, this one's got nice little...
Yeah,
places
you have all
for
these...
vehicles and stuff.
I know, you can park some... And you can park some fairly large ships in these spots.
Yes.
Like, I put my Vulture in here, I put a bunch of fighters, a lot of ground vehicles. It's actually quite nice.
Yeah, the Aero View hangar is way better than the Southland at Area 18 in Lorville.
Yeah, which is too bad because, I mean, not now because of the Fleet Week,
Well,
but
like,
I'd
I've
much
seen
rather be at
complaints
Area
from-
18.
I've seen a lot of complaints from Idris folks. Because, like, they'll try and load shit on, and they're like, oh, I don't have room on the side of my hangar to do this. Whereas if they had started in Babbage or Orson, they would have the room.
Where's the
There are 4 elevators.
elevators?
Actually, there's 8 elevators.
Oh yeah, because each of these have the 2 elevators each.
Yeah, no, this is, like, way better
And that's
than...
actually good because just like those situations we were getting in yesterday where there's one elevator door and we were trying to squeeze 2 elevators into the same door. Oh, let me...
Oh, I'm starting to see the green markers.
Oh.
Not open, doors open. I didn't leave yet.
Oh,
There it goes.
I called this other elevator anyways.
All right.
Elevator location Javelin tour.
Yeah, don't be
Oh,
fooled.
there's the Javelin?
No, there's no Javelin tour.
So
They
don't
just-
they have some like flyby?
They have not
Oh,
removed.
that's
They have
gonna
not
be-
removed that for a year.
The flyby should be up at the Leo stations.
Yeah, I remember like that. I remember checking that in the past and thinking it was kind of cool.
Yeah, the Bengal should be out there, the Bengal fleet. Which, I mean, the Bengal's fucking awesome.
Yeah,
I
that's
remember
what
first
like,
time... I just
ship
missed the...
was- Oh, I can get my favorite whammy burger here.
So the first time I saw the Bengal, 2 years ago, I saw the Bengal, I'm like,
It's
that's a big ship. But I'm like, okay, let me go target this small hammerhead next to it. I thought I was targeting a hammerhead, and it didn't misclick or anything like that. It clicked on what I was targeting,
How you doing?
and it turned out to be an Idris that I thought was small next to it. And I was just like, oh shit.
wait, they don't have my favorite anymore.
Favorite.
I used to get the double meat whammy burger. They don't seem to have it.
Maybe it's
The double
sold
whammer?
out.
Maybe it's the deluxe. Oh, it's not letting me do the deluxe. I can get
So
it
if you go to
shipped
the further down, you'll get cruise locks and whatnot.
Yeah,
And
but
then the
Hi,
Hmm?
welcome.
I wanted the double meat whammy.
that's fair. There's ice cream on the other side.
There's Whamburger Deluxe.
Yeah, but it's not letting me click on
Sure, you're not
the.
thinking of the double dog?
No, I used to get the chili
Hi,
dogs.
Thanks for coming in.
But I can click on all the burgers except for there's the deluxe one, but it skips over it. Veggie.
Oh, so folks figured out that the hilariously the double dog was actually giving less nutrition than the single dogs. It
That's
gave
pretty
less
funny.
hunger. CIG found out like, oh, that's pretty stupid. We'll fix that. Because it costs more anyways.
What happened? Oh,
I feel like I would
trash
leave that in
Buddha.
game because that's pretty funny. Like, there's a sense in which eating 2 like shitty street vendor hot dogs is actually worse than eating 1.
oh, I thought I removed my helmet. No, I didn't.
God, have y'all read the Terry Pratchett Discworld series?
Mm-mm. It's on the list.
Oh God, you should totally. So in one of the biggest city on the continent, or in the world, there's this one businessman who, Mr. Dibbler. He's well known for his sausages on a bun, and they describe it as this greasy mess that, frankly, you question whether or not it's even meat. But for some inexplicable reason, you still feel the need to go eat yet another out of desperation.
Interesting. I feel like
Yeah.
I have that relationship with a lot of different kinds of food.
Yes.
Like Taco Bell.
Oh my God. If I can actually sell this, that's 1.4 million.
Nice. You can give my share to Kraig.
Okay.
I've got plenty of millions left over from Supply or Die.
%. So I'm eating these Whamburgers and my food's not going up. Oh, Whamburger Deluxe. Let me buy it. There's my boy. Yeah, the double meat, double cheese. What could be better?
I told you they had it. It's just have to go behind the counter. Remember, Kraig, cave into your craven.
Alright, Kraig, you're gonna enjoy this. 889,000.
It does put in perspective, though, because, like, now when you go rent your Hall A and do that mission a few times, you're going to make that much money in 3 trips. That takes 15 minutes each.
There you go.
Oh, and I accidentally bought 2 extra Whamburgers for later.
Well, now you're rich. You can have all the
This is the only
Whamburgers you
place-
want.
This is the only place you can get them.
Is there not a Whammers in New Babbage?
Babbage has one.
But they don't carry the
It's just
the
out of the
Whammer.
way.
They don't have the Whammer Deluxe.
No, I think it's the same
yeah.
Yammers.
I mean, the hard thing for Kraig is he just has an affinity for Lorville. Inexplicable love.
Yeah, I don't know why. That was my first
It-
love.
He loves the oppression.
Just something about
Well,
the
and-
fascism is just really great.
Well, because it kind of reminds me of that kind of classic, kind of sci-fi movie, dystopian kind of feel. Because
Well,
like Area 18 is kind of like the cyberpunk feel, but Area 18, and with those bags, how can you not like those bags on your heads?
So the problem with Lorville is that it's the Federation from Elite.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
it really
corporate
is.
run.
You're just in a Hudson mining op.
Don't
Yes.
tell me that. I didn't
You're
like
welcome.
Yeah. They used to call it Rhea.
And I'm stuck there now until the next patch.
So lore-wise, in Elite Dangerous, one of the biggest fuck-ups, I don't know if it was because the devs were just too lazy to update the lore, but so right as Winters got elected president, immediately afterwards, like a week or two later, there were massive earthquakes on Rhea. And she was like, hold up, I gotta drop everything and go help people in Rhea. And she just totally ditched the whole presidency
That's
for
awesome.
nearly a year. Before, like, even the, like, Hudson's successor, Archer, was just like, what the fuck? Is she ever gonna actually fucking come claim the presidency? Like, is this really what we want from the president?
That's awesome.
Because, yeah, she just fucking ditched the entire Federation for one planet.
And
Actually, is there any
that alone
good...
is enough to make me want to come back.
And better yet, she could have done more as the actual president. No, she decided to fucking drop everything.
Just like a woman.
Ah,
Is there
she-
any this place has that Cousin Crows, which is supposed to be like the high-end
Yep.
outfitters place? Does that have any special modules that you can only buy here? Like
I don't
like
know if
stealth
there's any
module?
that can only be bought here, but it has a lot of shit.
Like when they first announced that they're saying that there are gonna be places like Cousin Crows where you'd specifically take your ship for like special customizations that you know that you could only do at places like that that offered
Oh hey,
like
chat's talking
high-end
about Elite now.
customization.
Just
Well, I can
found
pick
a
myself up.
parasite helmet on the ground. Check me out.
Oh yeah, I never liked.
But it's the exact same model as the Why Not helmet I've been wearing, except that it's the parasite in it. So it's perfect.
Yeah.
It jiggles around.
Yep.
But you don't have any duct tape, just scratches.
Yeah.
Oh, it totally fucks up your face, by the way.
Yep. Just got this little scrotum dangling off here.
Yeah.
I think this is only a flight helmet, though, yeah, so it doesn't even do
Wait.
the damage reduction. Oh, wait, this is only a flight helmet.
I'm surprised y'all didn't have any commentary about this.
Oh, all the people inside?
Can you imagine? Look at all these people on the clock right now. How much is Crusader paying for this shit?
Hey, that's a nice jacket this guy's got on. That Crusader sports coat.
They've even got multiple security back here.
I know, it's
Might have
ridiculous.
to look to get one of those. Yeah.
Well, that was the other great thing about Siege of Orison, is you'd go through and find all the dead, like, bartender NPCs and whatever, and get their slick outfits.
Alright.
Here, hey,
y'all wanna go up to the
newsflash.
spaceport?
What'd you say?
You want to go up to Seraphim?
Oh, here's a green guy on the Polaris mission like me.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm gonna call it because it's a little after midnight. But you guys keep doing whatever.
I will be calling it here shortly too. I just don't want to do the long shuttle ride. I'm gonna end it up at Seraphim.
Yeah, no, that's a good call. All right.
Actually,
Been a pleasure.
I'm gonna go buy one of those aerial armor
Alright.
sets from here. I always
Yeah.
like the blue and white.
Have a good one.
And get some white backpacks. It's the only place you can buy the white Max Flex.
Beer back.
Oh yeah.
See it?